I can't hear anything.
Charles, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Charles. We have a quorum. We can move on. Staff announcements, Michelle?
Yes, I just wanted to read through the procedures for today, given it's kind of a different meeting, a special meeting. And as each consultant comes up, they'll be given 30 minutes to present, and Tammy will be timing it in the back, and she will, the alarm will go off when they have 5 minutes remaining. And then at the end of the 30 minutes, it has to be wrapped up. And then the commission will ask 3 questions, and there's 15 minutes in order to answer all 3 questions. And again, Tammy will set the alarm, and at 5 minutes, you know how much time you have left to answer the questions. And then, when the commission asks the questions, because there's only 3, you'll take turns. It will just kind of go around the clock.
Yeah.
So it'll go Angela, Kathy, Todd, John,
And I'll call
Peter,
on you.
Charles.
Yeah.
Mhm. Right? Okay.
So everybody gets a chance to ask a question.
Yeah,
We'll repeat them.
exactly.
Each team.
Mhm. And then in between the presentations and interview questions, there's a 5-minute transition period. So people can set up their computers or get settled in or make another little rest stop or something. And then after all 4 presentations today, the commission will take a little break. There's food provided, and at 11:45 deliberations should begin. And I hope Charles also got the email sent this morning. There's a procedure sheet that I just went through. You all have it, and there is the structure for a motion at the bottom as well. And so with that, if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I think I have. Charles, you have a scowl on
Yep.
your face. You okay?
No, I'm good. I got the
Okay.
emails.
Question?
Okay.
All right. Concentrating. Yes, exactly. Your resting skull face, right. Okay. Just get my things in order here. The first is since this is a public meeting, we also have a public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anyone online, Piper, that please use your raise your hand function? I don't see anyone in the room here.
There is no one for public comment.
Okay, very good. We'll move on then to consultant presentations and interviews.
Just note we are a couple minutes ahead of schedule.
Are we? Okay, then, good.
I only say that because I don't know of the consultants team online. Oh, okay. They're all here. Okay.
Okay,
So
yours.
is IT, so we're in good shape.
Hey, we're in good shape. Yeah. By the way, we, IT, excuse me. Some of us can't get on the Wi-Fi for some reason. That'd be great.
We should probably just do it.
You guys are all hooked up,
Yeah, I can
right?
share my screen.
There's not an issue for you. Okay.
Yep.
Michelle, who developed the questions?
I worked with our chair, Angela, and myself.
Cool. I was just curious.
And staff came up with a couple of others too. So it's good. All right.
Are we waiting 10 minutes?
No.
No, just getting organized. All right. You folks are ready in the room here?
Yes.
Okay.
I think our team members need to be asked to unmute.
I have asked them to unmute.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
Our first presentation, we're starting at 8:07, a little early, but you'll still be on the 30-minute clock. MIG, is that how you pronounce your,
Yes.
you refer to yourselves? Okay, very good. MIG. Marcia on the right, is that correct? And Miles? Okay, great. I think we can proceed. The first one. Everybody good with that? All right.
Yes.
Does your name have to start with M, V and MIG?
I don't know. There's a lot of us that are M or even MAR. So,
Yeah.
and I think, yeah, it looks like our team is turning on their cameras. So I think we're good to go. Good morning. Thank you all so much for having us this morning. We're really excited to be here to present our project team and tell you a little bit more about our project approach. I'll also note real quick, if you can't hear Miles or me, or online, if you guys can't hear us, just let us know. We've got a mic, but I don't know if I'm talking loud enough. Do you want me to be closer, Piper?
I don't know how they can hear you, but if
You
you
guys
might
good?
point it up to your a little bit.
I think you sound great.
Okay, we'll keep going. All right, so my name is Marcia Boyle. I'm a planning project manager with MIG based in the Denver office, and with me today.
I'm Miles Graham, and I'm a principal at GBSM. I actually live here locally. My office is in Ridgeway. I live out on the west end in unincorporated San Miguel County. So thank you so much for being here. Love being able to sleep in my own bed for these interviews.
And between the two of us, we are the faces that you'll see the most often in person. We'll of course bring other project team members at different points in the project for their expertise or for engagement, but we're the ones that most often in person. We also have 5 people joining us virtually from our team this morning, so we'll do a quick round of intros. We'll start with Jay.
Yeah, hi. If you could ask me to or actually activate my video. It says that I'm not allowed right now.
You are allowed.
We see you.
We can hear you.
Jay, we don't want to see you anyways. It's okay, buddy.
There he goes.
The photo might be better. I'm not sure, but great. Well, thank you so much. I'm Jay Rankins, principal with MIG. I'm also our director of firm-wide planning and design services, and excited to be the consulting principal on this effort.
Mark. Oh, you're muted.
You got to stay unmuted, Mark.
I had to, and then I was like, oh, I should mute to go, and then I did it and couldn't unmute. I apologize. I'm Mark Delatorre. I am the director of Denver operations for MIG. Really thrilled to be here today.
Lauren.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren Scott. I'm a planner with MIG and part of the Environmental Management Services Group, and happy to be here.
Alicia.
I'm Alicia Zimmerman. I'm with Fox Tuttle Transportation Group. I'm principal here and also excited to be here.
And Brian.
And last but not least, Brian Duffany. I'm a principal with Economic and Planning Systems. Also happy to be here.
Great. So
I'm glad that we're all either happy or excited. That was all good to hear.
In addition to those of us on the interview team this morning, we also have a range of folks that will be on the project team. Yeah, go ahead and move that. Okay. You can see that they're represented from all the different firms that we just introduced. And they'll be pulled in, like I said before, for their expertise in specific plan element areas for engagement and for other parts of the project. So you'll see some of their faces virtually and in person throughout the project process. And it probably seems like a pretty big team. There's a lot of us that will be involved in the process, but we've been very intentional about how we pull individuals in for kind of each plan element or each phase of the process. We introduced this org chart in the proposal that we submitted, and just wanted to give you a little bit more orientation to the org chart. This is the full view. This is the view focused on the plan elements. You can see here that MIG will be leading a handful of those elements. EPS will be leading the economic development, tourism, and housing components. Fox Tuttle will be leading transportation. And of course, when we zoom out here, community engagement will be a key part of this process that will run the full length of the process, and Miles will be key in that part of the process as well. And we'll turn it over to Brian. We'll do a quick intro for the firms, just a little bit more background on each.
Great. Some of you may know us. We're EPS. We're a land use economics consulting firm. We're based in Denver. Our practice spans real estate and economics studies. We have a really broad affordable housing practice that covers strategies and policies and regulatory tool development, funding strategies. I also work on economic and community development plans primarily in a lot of mountain towns. We have a long history of working with the town of Telluride, most recently on your short-term rental policy study, which I was the principal on that for EPS. Worked extensively for the town of Mountain Village and for San Miguel County and for SMRHA. And also bring a lot of best practices from other mountain communities from Big Sky, Montana to Colorado, just throughout Colorado. Next.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I'm Alicia Zimmerman, as I mentioned, and Fox Tuttle really focuses on multimodal transportation in towns like Telluride, since before multimodal transportation was the cool thing. That ranges from active transportation to vehicular elements, and then from planning to implementation as well. Something that's a little different about us, we are not really a big box firm, like you'll see. That helps us focus on each community and project. It gives us a focused approach and kind of a nimble and responsive way. This same thing can be said about a lot of our principals here. We have all, as well as the rest of our company, has spent time in Telluride on some of those regular days. In addition to, like, the picture here shows me and my family on the 4th of July just a few years ago. So we've seen that spectrum that Telluride experiences. And you can see we live the Colorado transportation, life. It isn't just theoretical for us. It allows us to discuss some of the trade-offs kind of inherent that we'll talk about here in any transportation project and planning project. It allows us to discuss those effectively with staff and public perspectives.
Thanks, Alicia. And again, Miles Graham with GBSM. Many of you probably know me and my firm from the gondola planning process, and I think we were in the newspaper just a couple of days ago on that. But my firm also does a lot of land use planning, comprehensive planning, community engagement, public affairs, a lot of intergovernmental coordination as well. And we know, being at the start of the Box Canyon, how important our partners are. And so we're going to bring that local knowledge to this process and really lead with our community values. And what we found in these types of processes, especially for mountain towns, is that our community values are so important. And if we start with our core values and use them to build common ground, we're going to be able to more effectively navigate the trade-offs that are inherent in any planning process like this. So that's the philosophy that I like to bring to these types of processes, to build that goodwill and use it, find compromise, because we know that's inevitable in these types of processes. And we like to pick and choose from a lot of the best practices for community engagement that are out there. And what you see on the screen here is the IAP2 spectrum, where we like to use this to calibrate some of the engagement that we do on the front end, where we're educating, informing, getting input on those values, and then moving into consulting and assembling our advisory team, things like that. And then all the way through the plan, we're collaborating with our community, with our partners, and really looking at how do we bring in the youth to start to shift some of that power and get the kids and the future of our community that we're planning for involved, and really bring them into this process so that they can see how these types of processes work and help shape our collective future. And I'm going to pass it off to Mark, who's going to talk a little bit about how our teams work together in the past.
Thanks so much, Miles. I mean, I really do want to underscore the importance of the values and the philosophy and why this team was assembled in the manner that it was. It wasn't grabbing X random firm from the web and putting something together on that. And these are long partnerships that we have with GBSM and Fox Tuttle and EPS across mountain towns, across the Denver metro, across the country, in some instances, working on very complex problems that the communities face. And we're just really thrilled to have assembled this group of individuals who have not only the technical, the foundation and insight, but the the really strong depth of knowledge of working in the community for such a long time. So from Blueprint Denver to Gunnison and Alamosa and everything in between, this team was very intentionally put together. And I think going back to the first point and on the following slide, that starts with that shared values and the shared philosophy of who we are as a company and as a team, and those shared values, I think, are something that I would hope set us apart. We're really focused on how we function as a mission-based organization. So our mission at MIG, starting in in the early 80s in Berkeley, California, which I think is important to note. It is fundamental and foundational to how we practice as a company, but all things that we do across our planning and environmental design and science and kind of everything in between there is focused on supporting human development. And that's something that's been core to how we've practiced since then and continue to do so. That vision really then of how we articulate the mission is based on what tools we bring to bear in that process and how we do that most effectively as a community of professionals, not just within MIG, but in collaboration with partners like GBSM and EPS and Fox Tuttle and our clients. Staff ourselves an extension of that partnership and those relationships when we think about the right tools to bear in a creative problem solving situation. MIG's philosophy is kind of organized around 6 major elements in a comprehensive plan, especially one of this nature with very unique environmental conditions. Planning and science probably rise to the top for y'all, but there's a multitude of other services that have been really integral to how MIG leads multidisciplinary teams across a variety of different service areas, from urban design and urban planning to project partner engagement, graphic communication. The multidisciplinary nature of not just our teams, but our internal company is one of the things that we really value, because it allows us to be flexible in responding to the needs of a process that is at times a bit rocky. We know that the plan we set out on day 1 might look different on day 2, and we're adaptable enough to accommodate those shifts, and something that is really foundational to how we build our teams.
All right, so we'll dive a little bit into our project approach now. The first thing we'll start with is recognizing that you've done a lot of work already. There's a lot that's happened in terms of plan development, recently the vision plan, and engagement with the community. So we recognize that there's a lot of legwork that's happened already, and that's something that we want to build off of. Once we confirm the vision and core principles, which will be one of our first steps, we will very quickly turn to the details of this project, focused on the data, figuring out what our existing conditions are, where we're starting from, and then making sure we have that strong foundation so we can move into developing goals and strategies and firm recommendations that you can take past adoption into implementation and that you feel confident implementing over the next couple decades. Also, part of our approach is, and it's kind of been mentioned a little bit already, but the inherent trade-offs that come with conversations and comprehensive planning processes. Those will be hard conversations that we'll have with you all, with staff, with council, and with the broader community. But it's important that we start those conversations early so that we can best guide where the recommendations land. Those will be things like balancing enough parking with a walkable community, things like balancing enough housing with the protection of your landscapes and your historic buildings that are crucial to the identity of the community. So we'll be having those conversations, and we know that they'll be hard, but we look forward to those because it'll help shape the process and how the plan kind of turns out. And a key part of those conversations is establishing partnerships. We know that you have existing partners that we'll want to work with. Miles has mentioned some already in the area, and so we'll continue those conversations. We hope to engage new partners. As you mentioned too, youth are a partner in this project, in this process. We want to make sure that they feel invested in the plan because we are planning for them. And so we'll kind of start those conversations and continue pulling in more and more partners throughout the process. Also part of the kind of balancing act and trade-offs, something we always strive to balance within our plan processes are community outreach that is impactful, meaningful, and very authentic with the strong technical foundation. We know that we need both to get to a strong plan in the end, but we also know that these two things inform each other. So we need the data to inform those community conversations, but we also need community perspectives to inform the data and where we kind of go with that data. And ultimately balancing both of these will lead us to a plan that's visionary. We want to make sure that we are planning for the next decades, while also making sure that it's an attainable comprehensive plan, one that's implementable, and something that you feel very confident adopting and moving forward through the implementation process. As part of our conversation today, we wanted to highlight 5 of our key main phases for this project. I'll go over them really briefly here, and then we'll kind of dive into them in a little more detail. The first is understanding the fabric of the community. We've kind of mentioned already, we know there's been a lot of work done already, so that's part of it. It's also the local context that we're all very familiar with the place, but we want to make sure community perspectives inform our understanding of place too. Then we'll get into the technical side of things, digging into the data, making sure we have all the necessary data to understand kind of the full picture of the community. Elevating community voices is our outreach phase, and while it is shown here as a key phase, it's also intended to be woven throughout the whole project, because we want touch points at every stage of the process with community members, you know, whether it's the broader community, if it's key project partner meetings, focus groups, conversations with you all, we'll be weaving that engagement throughout the whole process. Then we'll get into the plan elements, the organizing the approach. That's a very meaty section of the process because we want to make sure we do address each of those elements appropriately. And finally, bringing it all together, we'll focus on implementation option. So the understanding the fabric starts again with those existing plan documents. We'll be doing a lot of background research to understand what has happened already and take kind of key things from each of those key findings or recommendations. We'll also talk with you all about progress that's been made where, you know, maybe there are things that aren't relevant anymore that you want to strike from some of those documents. So we know the vision plan, the parks plan, the 2012 master plan, and other planning efforts will be part of that. And we often create a matrix like the one that's shown here on the right, which is from a recently adopted Edgewater comprehensive plan. And in this matrix, we included a variety of detail that essentially took bits of each of those plans into the matrix so we can have kind of one summary of what might be pulled in from each of those planning processes. But also part of the understanding the fabric is the context piece. And like I said, we're all very familiar with the community. We've either done work in the area, adjacent communities in the West, but I wanted to give an opportunity for Brian and for Miles to talk a little bit about their recent work in the community as well. So Brian, do you want to kick that off?
Sure, I'll go first. So I mentioned the short-term rental policy study that we did, was it last year for the town of Telluride? That was a difficult process, but I think had really good outcomes. We are right now in the middle of a new housing needs assessment with an extensive survey of residents and businesses throughout the region with SMRHA, and we'll be able to bring a lot of the findings from that. I worked on the first comprehensive plans for Mountain Village in 2019. Yeah, no, God, it was longer ago than that. And then we've continued to help them with a number of special assignments as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Brian. And so understanding that context is so critical to a project like this. And one of the things we like to do at the outset is make sure that we're sitting down in our community and grounding them in what this process is, understanding where they see opportunities, where they see challenges, and really creating an identity for this plan, because this is, at the end of the day, a community plan, and it should be a plan that reflects our values. So being here, being local, you'll see me for all the meetings. One of the parallels we wanted to throw up with Crested Butte is their community compass, they call it. That's their comprehensive plan, and it's a very non-traditional plan. And what we did at the outset is root everyone in our values, and what it did is it not only gave us as the planning team and working with you all collaboratively, it gave our council and our elected officials and our community the why. When we're having some of these hard conversations, we're having them for a purpose, and we can come back to our shared goals, and having that collective why for this is something that inevitably pays dividends when we get to some of those trade-offs. And we talk a lot about trade-offs. I also want to say it doesn't mean it shouldn't be fun. A plan like this, we should also have a little bit of fun. We should be creative. We should bring energy and vision and engage all of our community, because we're going to have hard conversations. We're also going to have hopefully some really aspirational and fun conversations as we think about the future of a place we all love and we sacrifice to live in mountain communities because they are so special. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay, and he's going to talk a little bit about the equity lens that we bring to projects like these.
Great, thanks, Miles. Yeah, Well, really, what I want to talk about is the existing conditions, and it really being an opportunity to start moving beyond the visioning, which I commend you. The process to have the vision, the core values, the principles of livability is great. What we want to do is really set the stage for what Marcia talked about, which is going to be some really important and sometimes challenging discussions about trade-offs. So the example here from Charlotte illustrates how we didn't just do a traditional reporting of data and existing conditions, but rather did a deep dive into the historical policy decisions, their intended and unintended consequences by pulling apart vulnerability displacement in this case, and where public and private investments had and were being made. So in Telluride, we'll want to start using the data and analysis to start framing discussions around affordability, community character, and economic resiliency.
And I'll say that an important component of the data analysis focuses on resiliency and understanding climate impacts to increase community adaptation and advance environmental stewardship. It's identifying who or what in Telluride is vulnerable. It's a data-informed process in that it's science-based, but it's also incorporating those important community perspectives so that it's ultimately driven by the community. Resiliency is integrated within the comprehensive plan. It's not something that comes in later. It's very much part of planning for housing and infrastructure and protecting natural resources. And that creates a knowledge base that sets the project up for understanding priorities and trade-offs in the policy development phase, something we did for Marin County, which was a recreation destination and scenic coastal community that was very vulnerable to climate hazards, where they also needed to plan for more housing. And building that community understanding meant that at the end of the process, decision makers were ready to adopt those effective and focused policies that worked for the community.
Back to me, thanks. So our role in this is to provide objective information and analysis to help the community, to help stakeholders understand what forces are shaping the community. I think that's what we're best known for, is providing that objective perspective. And I know from working in the region that there are a lot of people that are really focused on data and information, and we will be thorough, we will be careful, and make sure that what we're bringing forward is accurate and vetted. Back to the values conversation, I think how our work gets used is we want to look at what trends or indicators are kind of going in the wrong direction compared to your values, and then we can use that information to work with the team to develop the policies, the strategies, the funding sources to get things going in a direction that's more compatible with what you want to be as a community. And that's going to span housing, economic development, balancing tourism with it being a livable town for locals. And I think also the potential for some shared services with other partners, and generally how do we pay for stuff. That will be our role here. Thanks.
From the data from the transportation perspective, we just need to make sure that we consider that the data needs and the data assessment can really range from the nitty-gritty of counting the number of people walking on a certain trail all the way up to the regional perspective of regional parking needs and things like that. The Gunnison example Mark mentioned earlier, I worked on with Mark and Jay, started with the transportation visioning data review, and over the years actually went all the way into implementation. Whereas the example on the right here on your screen is from Denver, and that focused on the middle level of data informing some kind of network recommendations. You can also see that the visualization of that data is important, both for our own understanding, but as well as the public's understanding. The last piece I just wanted to say is that we truly view public input as data. Even though I'm a data hat, I'm an engineer, transportation nerd, planning side, public input is data, and it's a critical piece of a balanced transportation data approach that's often de-emphasized. And we'll work with staff and the public and our team of experts to get that balance right for this community and this planning effort.
Moving into the elevation of community voices, our engagement piece of the process, there are a lot of different elements that, and on the following side, we're really focused on partnerships. A great example is the 29th Street Thrive area in Tucson, Arizona, where we worked with engaged neighbors to transfer agency over the decision-making process by training and empowering those individuals to host events. in their own social circles to give really meaningful feedback. And some of that partnership, when we think about establishing it with neighbors or entities, whether it's the Telluride Foundation or Tri-County Health Network, the relationship that happens after the plan's adopted is the most critical piece, because beyond the plan process, those relationships are what and partnerships are what move the needle. When we think about equity and engagements, there's a real focus that I think we take both as planners, designers, as engagement specialists around elevating voices that have been historically underrepresented, whether that's youth or the Hispanic and Latino populations. The GOCO project that we note here, we're in Garfield County. We work with all the schools in Silt, in Rifle, in Parachute, in Newcastle to really use traditional engagement tools in a manner that was really accessible for kids. Became a really meaningful part of that focus. The community collaboration side of it, right? We want to make sure, as Miles noted, that we're having a little fun along the way. And I think the word he used when we were talking about this and sharing kind of values and philosophy was dotocracy, right? The infamous dot exercise. And while there might still be some dot exercises, there are a lot of better ways to have conversations with the community and to collaborate in a manner that is focused on soliciting input, but also does so in a way that is based on context, based on community, to create really a fun, kind of inclusive and approachable space for everyone. Meaningful conversations kind of underpins everything. We lead with curiosity, and I think that's the best way to go about pairing technical analysis with prior engagement synthesis, so that when we have tough questions and when we have tough trade-offs, we do so in a way that's in the end is customized for the community needs and feedback, right? There's not a lot of duplication in the types of engagement tools we use. We lose a little efficiency there, but I think the efficacy of that is really important because they are based out of the communities and places where we're working. And of course, we'll have planned touch points we've identified in the proposal, whether it's kind of really interactive workshops or popping up at existing events, project partner gatherings, so on and so forth. It's important to note that we acknowledge that people provide input in a lot of different ways. Engage Telluride's a great parallel online outreach tool. We've used the Bang the Table HQ platform across Colorado. What's Up Wheat Ridge, Guiding Golden, Be Heard Boulder, a lot of alliterations, but very familiar with that. And one, in its timing as well as its execution to make sure that we're getting the most reach possible in outreach.
Great. And the vision, core values that came about in the vision plan provide a great foundation and framework for the work ahead. And we have the right combination of topic-specific expertise and teamwork to explore the opportunities and challenges that arise when you try to optimize all of the different elements. Here's some shown on the screen here. So when we dive into the specific elements, it'll be really important to explore that overlap, as well as the tension between the various goals and elements that will determine if the plan provides clear guidance for the future or simply a wish list and punts those really tough conversations down the road. So we'll be looking at that sort of interrelationship and importance of looking at diversity in the economy and the reliance on recreation and tourism. But what does that mean for traffic? What does that mean for the character of the town? What does that mean for the service industry? And how are we implementing additional housing diversity and housing supply when trying to protect the small town character of our place? So it's great that we have articulated those in the vision, but now we really need to facilitate a conversation, bring the data to bear, as Mark said, and determine clear direction that addresses those trade-offs for the future.
So I've mentioned it a little bit already. Implementation is kind of the fifth and final piece of this. We'll create some sort of matrix like the ones you see here that include timing, they include responsibilities for who will lead certain action implementation. It's not just going to be city staff, it's going to be others as well in the community. Funding information as well will be part of this. So we'll set you up with this so it's easy to move into the implementation phase afterwards. We can also create graphics like this one from Edgewater that shows the community how we work through the entire plan process so they know exactly where we are in that process. So why the MIG team? We've thrown a lot of information at you, but we feel we've established a really strong project team that is both an expert in comprehensive planning across the country and within the region, and is also experts in the different plan elements that we plan to address during this project. We're also very intentional with our engagement, and we make sure to involve community members throughout the entire project process. And we really love doing this type of work. We enjoy comprehensive planning. We enjoy working with communities like you to help move the community forward into the next generations and the next decade. And we really hope we get the opportunity to work with you all on this plan. Thank you.
I think they're early.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Went too fast.
I
We're
like
gonna
it.
No,
stop-
even 5-minute warning early.
Yeah,
So,
we're
thank
gonna
you.
stop the share so we can see everybody's faces as we go through questions.
Okay.
Is that good?
Great.
Okay, great. So we have, I guess we'll begin with our questions. We have 3 pre-prepared for you. Who would like to ask the first?
I'll jump in.
Copy in front of you, correct?
Would you like someone to read it?
Yes, please.
Question 1. How have you or would you treat the preparation of a comprehensive plan for a mountain town differently from other communities?
Yeah, I think as we talked about kind of the context and Miles alluded to the canyon and needing to engage those partners, I think there's some unique forces at play here that we don't see in, say, the Denver Metro, for instance. I think some of the partners that we have established here are ones that are obviously unique location-wise to the community, but also deal with different issues. We know tourism is a huge thing with the event coming up this weekend. You have significant impacts on your utilities and infrastructure and transportation networks at key points in the year because of those things that you offer. And so I think that context is very unique here, even compared to some other mountain towns as well. Do you want to elaborate on any of that?
I would just say mountain town planning is so much different than urban planning in the sense that we're trying to oftentimes preserve the things that make these places special and keep them while balancing change. We know change is the only constant, and we can either let it happen to us or really proactively manage the change to preserve the things that make these places so special. So it's finding balance in the things that we all live that so often feel imbalanced with, the economy that may feel like it sometimes consumes quality of life benefits that we hold so dear. So it really comes back to a lot of those values and being very intentional about how do we manage some of those things that really can consume the quality of life of our communities. And I'd open it up to our panel of experts as well.
I think y'all hit on really the salient points there. I think one of the things that we emphasized on the front end is the importance of balancing the technical foundation with community outreach so that we have a data informed and community driven process. The ethos of that is the same, but its application is, to Miles' point, vastly different because the technical foundation looks very different with all the really unique context. So when you start pairing the value statement of that with how y'all function, who you are as a mountain town, the inputs all look different. So the process itself, it needs to adapt to that. And it's something that whether in the Mountain Village comprehensive planning is something that we I think understand that context drives a lot of how we practice.
Yeah, maybe, well, looks like a couple other people wanted to talk to, but maybe I'll wrap it up on this one. I would say in Mountain Village, one of the things that, we really grappled with was engagement of all of the community members. I'll put it that way, right? And that includes full-time residents, part-time residents, second homeowners, visitors, and how are we actually, and employees, right? And so how are we engaging that full community? And so we had to use a whole host of different tools to do that. And I think we, equipped to do that, especially with Miles on the team, in terms of in-person, hybrid, virtual, online engagement opportunities. And then the other thing I'd say is just the physical constraint. We do comprehensive planning for most communities. A lot of the answers are about more, right? Like building new roads and expanding into new greenfield development on the edges and these different things. And in a mountain community, we really don't have that luxury, which is in some ways great. Like I actually appreciate places with constraints, but it creates some really tough challenges. And I think that's what we need to explore is how do we achieve some of these goals without simply just trying to add more of things. So it ends up being about quality. It ends up being about different incentives and creative financing packages, both for individuals and the community. So yeah, I know, Alicia, you were about to say something. Do you have a quick point maybe to add to that one?
Yeah, I think you mostly covered it. I think there aren't a lot of communities that we work in that aren't mountain towns where there's an order of magnitude difference in some of the data numbers that we're talking about from a festival standpoint to a regular standpoint. And on the transportation side, that just means balancing that quality of life when making those appropriately sized facilities to accommodate both of those, while also making it so that people aren't driving through there, at 30, 40 miles an hour when those crowds are not there. So Jay, I think your physical constraints thing is a big piece. Also, there aren't a lot of communities you can go, hey, let's propose a gondola as public transportation. So, it's pretty special there.
All right. Done? We have a second question. Who would like to?
I'll take that one.
Yeah.
You've talked about a lot of your successes. What community would you consider your best success story? Who do you brag on, and who would brag on you?
I think that's a great question. We mentioned Crested Butte, and I think that I want to almost flip that just a little bit to say that the communities that I would brag on are the communities that invest in their future and their planning, and we're a vehicle to help with that. We mentioned the Crested Butte example, but that was their community compass. That was a very intentional plan that we set forth with the planning commission, with mayor and council, and with staff to develop a plan that was a community plan. And the same is true. I would bring up our Aspen-Pickens County comprehensive plan. And so Pickens County curated an advisory committee that was 30 members from all reaches of the county, from the Crystal River Valley all the way up valley into Aspen. And it was an 18-month process to really drill into what are the things that we want to preserve in our community, what are the things that we want to change, and how do we navigate those trade-offs. So I think mountain communities do face unique constraints, as Jay mentioned, but also really unique opportunities. And we're coming at this from a position of how do we maintain what makes these communities so special.
I think in addition to that too, in addition to the mountain communities we've had success in, it's telling of the success that we often stay on past the comprehensive plan for small area plans, downtown plans, and other area specific plans. That's happening now in San Marcos, Texas, after their comprehensive plan, moving into specific area plans. Same with Charlotte and SA tomorrow, San Antonio tomorrow, doing a series of 30 of those small area plans following the adoption of the overall comprehensive plan. Anyone online want to add some success stories?
If I can just speak to Charlotte for a second. I know it's a totally different part of the country, totally different size, but I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to mention that it won the Daniel Burnham Award for the best comprehensive plan in the country last year. And I think, it's getting a lot of headlines and, subsequent awards and whatnot, really focusing on the equity component. And I'm very proud of that, of course, but I think the most important piece is that, we were kind of reading between the lines in the RFP, thinking about the racial disparities in particular, but different equity concerns in the community. And so we crafted a process and designed an approach, not just in terms of getting, all the different voices at the table, but really the methodology for the plan itself. So looked at how we did the existing additions, how we developed the recommendations, what type of recommendations we're creating to address those specific concerns. And we would do the same for you. We won't, try to copy and paste an approach or methodology that we used in Charlotte or even, Mountain Village or Crested Butte, as Miles was talking about. We would do something really specific to you all, which we've done in our proposal, and we look forward to working with you more on to dial that in even further.
I'm gonna chime in just super quick. I promise, 30 seconds. So slightly more humble than Charlotte. Edgewater, which was successfully adapted this past summer, that has been one of the most rewarding processes that I've engaged in recently. And we were partway into it when we hit a point where we're not reaching the people that need to be engaged in this process. And we flipped the engagement upside down. We brought in new partners with the Latina Community Connective Services, and started a more resource fair based approach to, if we're going to be asking people who have, multiple jobs and, don't have the time to provide that, we want to make sure we're making it as effective and useful for them as possible. So bringing in resources to the engagement to make sure that their needs were met, and that, and hopefully Jocelyn over Edgewater would agree with that. But it unique, right? A town of 5,000 surrounded by big city brothers and sisters that kind of figuring out how they retain Edgewater amongst a lot of larger metropolitan areas. And I think that process really showed something that was really special for them and set a new bar for engagement as they move forward.
Okay, let's move on to our third. That's good with you.
Yeah.
We'll move on to the third one.
I can do it.
All right, Kathy.
What mistake has your company made in preparation of a comprehensive plan, and what did you do to correct the mistake or turn the situation into a positive outcome?
I think Mark's example starts to answer that
Yeah.
question. Engagement. And I think engagement in general at the beginning of a project, whether it's a mistake or just kind of a turn in how we approach it, often changes through the project process, because we realize there are people that aren't being reached or new ways that we can start talking to additional folks. So I think engagement, whether it's a mistake or just kind of being adaptable and flexible in our approach to that, often kind of changes from the get-go. We'll create that engagement plan that we lay out what we intend to do, but hope that you'll be flexible with us and realizing there may be ways to continue adapting to most effectively reach people.
I would add to that. I think one of the most common mistakes that I see in planning processes of all types is being too formulaic, just going through, checking the boxes, and calling it done, especially as it comes to community engagement. Community engagement is one of those boulders that you push up the hill the entire process, and you've got to be consistent with it. And what works for one person will, not work for others. So being formulaic and checking the boxes just doesn't work in comp plans, especially in mountain communities. And I think what this team will do is be creative to really tailor our approach to our community.
And every one of our comp plans looks different. We've done a lot of these, but realize that every place may share some challenges. We've learned from other places we can bring those lessons here, but there are a lot of unique issues that we'll have to address here. And so we'll tailor that approach, as Miles is saying, to make sure that the plan is specific to Telluride and that you feel confident in that moving forward after adoption.
I'll jump in real quick.
Yeah.
I found in a couple of processes that more data doesn't always help. You can get analysis paralysis, and you have to kind of step back and bring it back to the values and the vision of what the community wants.
I do want to note that our economist, just for the record, he said more data isn't always with it. That everyone got that. This is being recorded. He said, okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to dig in on that and what Mark and Jay and Miles have said. Miles, you've been in this community with the gondola process for the last half dozen years or more, and you've seen firsthand the challenges with us, with Mountain Village, in reaching the Hispanic community. Do you have a specific idea at this point about what resources you would bring into this to get that input?
Yeah, absolutely, Todd. That's a great question. And this is one of those that falls back on our partnerships. And what we found for multicultural outreach is getting engaged with our partners who are trusted in those communities is critical. And so we cannot come in with all the answers and try to expect them to engage. It's one of those really tough challenges where when you're working multiple jobs, you're trying to put food on the table, and that goes beyond just multicultural. It goes for a lot of our harder to reach communities. It takes meeting them where they are and really showing that we want to listen first and build trust. And so working with Tri-County Health and working with the Telluride Foundation, and they have many different multicultural programs. And what we can do from a project standpoint as well is create our advisory committee to make sure that there is a seat at the table for everyone.
Thank you. Does anyone on the commission have an additional question of their own? How many?
Fast. Like 50 seconds.
Okay.
No?
I was just gonna ask about your E-plan optional thing, if you have examples of that, not so much to show us right now, but you do have those?
Yeah, we could send some links as examples. What, I don't know, Jay, if you want to speak really fast to this, the PDF, interactive PDF versus e-plan and kind of some tracking that we've done for those.
Yeah, we've actually done quite a few e-plans. San Antonio is an example. Charlotte has one. But the one that I think Marcia's alluding to are Clark County, Nevada, and Fort Collins, where we actually did an executive summary, I guess I would call it. So it's like kind of it's a web page that gives you a really nice overview of the document and some of the really key components. But to do kind of the deeper dive goes into searchable, PDF.
Great.
Kind of links.
I got to stop you there. We've been called time. So, but thank you for that. All right. We will, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Everybody online and here for being here. And we will be deliberating later today. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
We have a break until when? 9:05. All of us.
It seemed like we've read every word and all that.
These mics on, so?
Ron, can you hear me? That's a lot better. I think that. Ron? Ron, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, we're muted.
Mhm.
Hey.
Yeah, this is all.
Oh, sorry, Todd.
All new to me.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Oh, there he is. Ron, can you hear me?
Yes.
Maybe all.
Do you hear me?
Can you give me, we're testing our speakers. Can you please say something?
Testing.
Much better. Thank you so much, Ron.
Sure.
Audio input is on driver for display audio. Almost everything here is to be on.
Yeah, I don't know if I was on PT at that point. I think I might have got pulled in as a citizen or something.
That's what it's about.
Nope, there she is. Okay.
I'm going to ask everybody on your team to mute.
Allie, Corinne, Amy, Josh, Marcus, okay?
You have all your team members there?
It looks like we do.
Okay. Everybody good to start?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. We, I think you know the process here, 30 minutes plus a 5-minute warning. And then we'll ask questions. We also have, just to let you know, 3 set questions to ask you that we're asking of everyone. So I think we can get started at 9:01. We're good. Okay, go ahead.
Angela, can I say something?
Yes.
I don't know if I need to say this, but I'm currently, as part of my job with my employer, working with Design Workshop with different principals on a separate project. So I just wanted to make that known to the board.
Okay.
I don't have any financial interest in either of the
Right.
projects. So
Thank you for mentioning that. So we're interviewing Design Workshop. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Hi, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. We know this is a really important conversation and decision for the Telluride Comprehensive Plan, and we just are so grateful for your time today. I'm Jessica Garrow. I'm a principal with Design Workshop, and we are the lead consultant as part of our response to the RFP. I'll let Allison quickly say hi. Hi, Allison, Cody. Nice to see you all again. So Allison will be the project manager and I'm the principal. We have a number of folks on the call today and we'll have them introduce themselves here in a moment, but we just wanted to talk a little bit about our team and the overall organization. So Design Workshop will be the lead consultant with EPS supporting on economics and housing, youth engagement planning or YEP, supporting on key engagement with the youth community here at Telluride. And then we're joined by partners WSP, who would support on some of the technical aspects related to transportation, infrastructure, water, things like that. We were so excited to pull this particular team together because we have a lot of experience working together, but also a lot of experience here in the region. Callie New, who you'll hear from in a moment with WSP, she actually used to be with Design Workshop, and she and I worked together on the East End plan for San Miguel County recently. Also done extensive work in the town of Mountain Village. We were excited to bring Brian Duffney and EPS on with their extensive experience here in the region, particularly on housing and economics. And so with this team, we feel like you've got a group of people who really understand Telluride, understand how Telluride fits within the region, but also how Telluride is special and you need a comprehensive plan that is very specific and unique to your community. So also wanted to talk a little bit about our firms. Design Workshop, we have 7 locations across the country. Allison and I are from our Roaring Fork studio. We're based in Basalt now, kind of an Aspen Basalt studio. And we know mountain towns, we live in mountain towns. And that's a really key part of Design Workshop's practice. The other key part of our practice is something called legacy design. And legacy design is an idea that every project that we work on does and should have a lasting legacy. And we articulate that through 4 different pillars of art, community, economics, and environment. And that there's a synergy between those things and that they're the core building blocks of community building, visioning, and implementation. And so I understand what are some of the issues that you've identified in the RFP, what are kind of key topics to include within the comprehensive plan. And we see how those fit in with the legacy design rings, and we'll be making sure that we're layering that throughout the process. I'm going to turn it next to Callie to introduce herself and the WSP team.
Hi there. Thank you. I'm Callie New, as Jessica mentioned. I'm a previous employee of Design Workshop. I'm a transportation and land use planner. Very excited to be here with you, and thank you for having us. I will turn it to Josh.
Hi, I'm Joshua Palmer. I have been implementing the water side of planning for a long time, both at the state and regional level. I'm also working with Design Workshop in Cali in some mountain towns with high tourist populations, and really have seen some of the unique aspects of that we need to plan around. I'll pass along to Amy.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us. Amy DiCarlo-Antonio. I'm part of our national planning team here at W. I work across the U.S. I primarily specialize in and sustainability plans. So I work at the high level, at the state level, regional levels, and local levels. And I also have experience working in Colorado and other mountain towns such as Park City and Flagstaff. And I just wanted to introduce WSP on behalf of the team as well and say a few quick words. At WSP, we really partner with clients to design sustainable communities and resilient environments. We look to make sure those communities stand the test of time and have an equitable future for everyone. So we are very forward-looking. Been in Colorado for 56 years, and our passion is really about sustaining and improving our community. So a similar mission to Design Workshop. And with that, that's why we've been partnering together on a lot of projects surrounding mountain towns, including the Park City General Plan update. One thing that Callie, Joshua, and I really love about working at WSP is that we really specialize in flexible interdisciplinary teams, and we are able to work from planning on through design and construction. So with that, we really take a deep dive and provide technical expertise on topics such as transportation and water, how to right-size infrastructure, and we bring along specialized teams such as our Equity Center of Excellence to help clients identify and tailor equitable outcomes. And that could be at the organizational level all the way to the project level. So thank you for having us.
And we'll go to Corinne next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Corinne Wendell. I'm the founder and executive director of YEP, Youth Engagement Planning. I'm a planner with nearly 20 years of urban planning experience, having a background in architecture and city and regional planning. And within those 20 years, have worked solely for small, tight-knit communities similar to Telluride. I'll tell you a little bit about YEP. YEP is an international and national award-winning nonprofit organization focused on educating K-12 youth about urban planning and creating opportunities for youth to have meaningful participation in advocating for change in their communities and the built environment. Our expertise is specializing in educating and involving young people in urban planning and civic engagement. Our extensive experience includes organizing interactive workshops and community engagement events, plan making, and educational programs tailored and customized for youth. We focus on empowering young voices to contribute to planning and development processes in communities of all sizes. Our wealth of resources and fun approach helps to guide communities to assist them in incorporating youth voices into decision-making. So our mission is clear: to empower the youth of Telluride to contribute to positive change in their community. So having spent a little time in Telluride, I saw the wonderful abundance of youth and how they're woven into the fabric of the town. And it would be amazing to have them be a part of the comprehensive planning process. So thank you for having me.
We'll wrap up with Brian with EPS.
Thanks. Hello again, Brian Duffney with EPS. I'm a principal here. I've been with the firm for about 20 years. So we're a land use economics consulting firm based in Denver. Our practice ranges from real estate and market feasibility studies, a lot of affordable housing work throughout the mountain towns, developing strategies, regulatory tools, and funding strategies. We also work in economic and community development and across a range of disciplines, including transportation and the costs and revenues associated with the municipal services. And also have two other team members that will be supporting us, who also, like me, have a lot of experience working in the Telluride region, Rachel and Sushma. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. I'm going to briefly share a little bit about our approach that our teams will take as we work to develop the Telluride Comprehensive Plan. So our approach really begins by building off where we left off with the vision plan. It incorporates technical analysis and assessments It includes existing conditions analysis and scenario planning to inform a future land use map, which will really be at the core of the document and is a plan for how Telluride grows into the future. We've woven through this plan a process and a commitment to engaging with the community to ensure that it's guided by the heart and the passion of the residents of Telluride. And throughout this process, we hope to integrate a working group, regular updates with you as the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as Town Council, as well as technical sessions with subject matter experts to really ensure we're hearing from a broad and diverse set of voices. We're really excited to kick off this project, and we start by getting to know you, your town, and the community. So we start each project with the end in mind, and we set the project up for success with the in-person kickoff. We work through some project management plans and really make sure that we're outlining expectations and critical success factors at the beginning of the project. We are really looking forward to ensuring that this plan is rooted in data. The vision plan was pretty high level, and we're excited to get to dig in and really have a foundation of understanding. We'll have a robust assessment on all aspects of the plan elements with our team that you just met, and really explore these pieces of the comprehensive plan. We want to wrap up all of this great data and information in a storytelling document that highlights the current state of the town and summarizes what we've heard from the community and technical analysis in a visually compelling snapshot that's really easily communicated to the broad community and easy to understand. So one of the exciting parts of this process that I'm really looking forward to is the opportunity to explore community choices and trade-offs for the future through scenario planning. Our team is really adept at navigating tough conversations, especially around balancing the needs of the diverse plan elements as well as community interests. And we use mapping, graphics, data points to break down this complex information and ensure that it's digestible and understandable for the community. We also don't want a plan that sits on a shelf. Implementation is critical for success. And by involving all of you along the way, by involving the working group, by having those technical experts woven through the process, we will develop clearly defined actions and next steps to ensure a successful path forward. And finally, early in the project, we're going to work with you to develop a project brand, document templates, style guide, all of which goes into supporting the final plan product. And we're really looking forward to working with all of you, our community members, the team, to iterate and evolve these plan ideas to become an exciting and realistic plan for the future of Telluride. With that, we're gonna share some of the things we're most excited about in this process.
Yeah, so we wanted to identify our Telluride top 5, the top 5 things that we are really excited about and how our process and experience is really crafted to address your needs and the goals of the comprehensive plan. So first, we are so excited to be able to build off of the vision plan. As your partners in that process, we really understand the tough conversations and some of the trade-offs that happened in order to get to a really robust vision statement that reflects the diversity of the Telluride community. The process with you and many community members resulted in the identification of 3 core values. And in some of the work that we did, we started to really rumble through, what does it mean to be a small mountain town? What does that mean for Telluride? And out of that came these 3 core values, that Telluride is sustainable, authentic, and connected. And we really see this as a great launch point as we move into the comprehensive plan. The other piece that I wanted to highlight is at the bottom here, you'll see the 5 principles of livability. These were the kind of key areas that we dove into within the vision plan. And throughout the slides that follow, you're going to see these icons happening, kind of popping up again. And this is just to identify where we see some of these pieces in our approach to the comprehensive plan reflecting and building on the vision plan. So again, kind of through that vision plan process, we heard a lot about the exciting opportunities in Telluride, but also some of those tensions. And the comprehensive plan is really an opportunity to explore those and start to think about
how do we work these topics into things like future land use and thinking about development? Comprehensive plans are comprehensive, and building on our experience with you, we would anticipate that the comprehensive plan is focusing and including pieces that relate to these 6 areas. So that includes diverse engagement, weaving equity and considerations of equity throughout the process, addressing critical community issues like hazard resilience, housing, and managing resources, and then perhaps most importantly, providing a plan that is actionable and implementable. So the second thing is we're so excited to dive into the detail. As Allison said, the vision plan is fairly high level, and we were not able to go into and do some of the very specific analysis on water, on economics, on housing. And so we're really excited that the vision plan sets that foundation, and then we'll be able to move forward in the comprehensive plan. I'll turn it to Brian to talk through a little bit of how his work is with that.
Thanks. Yes, our role again on this is to provide the community with objective information and analysis. Gives all of the stakeholders in the process a common understanding of the trends, of the influences that are shaping the community, and to help us plan for the change that has occurred and is expected to occur in the future here. I think one of the big themes that we're seeing in a lot of communities like yours is that they're getting older and wealthier and more exclusive, and a lot of that is product of housing costs, and that has major implications on how on livability, on economic vitality, and I think those are some key things that we need to continue working on. The RFP asks also for an economic development assessment. That is something we're well equipped to handle as well, looking at business conditions, talking to business owners, and then getting a little more into the economic development ecosystem there. And then the last thing, we're really adaptive in a comprehensive plan situation. There's so many things that can come up, so many different topics that need to be evaluated, and I think our broad practice really allows us to do that. And I'll pass it back. Thank you. Oh, and our experience.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Yep. So again, the third thing we're really excited about is re-engaging with the community. So the APA award that we shared with you was around community engagement. So excuse me, the vision plan set a really strong foundation and built a great first conversation with the community. And we're really excited to re-engage and continue that conversation because it was really exciting for us, and we're looking forward to coming back. We understand that Telluride residents care deeply about their home. We also understand that the balance of housing affordability and second home ownership is attention so that everyone is welcome in Telluride to love where they live. We recognize the balance of local workforce and business vitality is critical, and the need to ensure protection of the environment while also protecting what makes Telluride special and allowing for tourism so that local businesses can thrive. We're so excited to continue this work with the community to understand a future of Telluride that can achieve these goals, look a little bit deeper and understand the trade-offs that might take place to get there, and craft a plan for how to do that. It's really important for us to interact with community members through a mix of engagement tools based on the information that we're sharing with them. So you can see here the IAP2 spectrum, which looks at different ways to engage from inform all the way to empower. We have several tasks designated to analysis, and we look to understand kind of the geographically targeted areas to make sure that we develop an approach and pull forward critical aspects of each plan element and find themes within the community. And we'll use these different engagement techniques to really ensure that it's inclusive, welcoming, and accessible to everyone. We also understand that the Telluride community is diverse with a wide variety of passions and interests. And there's some key participants that will want to work with you to identify the right methods and opportunities and times to engage. We especially want to make sure that you all, as the Planning Commission and the Town Council, feel empowered so that farthest end of the spectrum there to really understand all the components of the comprehensive plan and feel confident moving forward once we develop a plan document. So at Design Workshop, we have what we call this interwoven process of engagement, where we weave our technical content, so that data and analysis, with what we hear from the community to really ensure that our plans are driven by the voices of the residents of Telluride. We understand that that outreach, it's not a one size fits all approach. And so we have these engagement windows where we have multiple different bursts of tactics in order to cast a wide net. We're also committed to providing all of our materials in English and Spanish and involve community ambassadors to ensure that all residents and community members feel welcome to participate in the process. And a really important part of the future is youth. And so we've brought Corinne onto our team, who's going to share a little bit more about targeted youth engagement to ensure that they are part of the voice of their future.
Excellent. Thank you, Jess. And yes, I want to press on the committee, the power of youth and that youth lens and what value that has for our community. We believe that youth are not only the future, but the now. So we do provide a platform for youth to engage meaningfully in the planning process, lending their voices in community plan making, sharing their invaluable perspectives. And through this, we help cultivate a generation of leaders who are not just articulate, but who also understand the power of their voices and the impact that they can have. So YEP knows that youth bring unique perspectives to the table, and youth are not just the leaders of tomorrow, but they're really the architects of the future. And so they have fresh ideas, they're creative, they have innate understanding that make them informed contributors to the urban planning process. And because this comprehensive plan envisions a future nearly 30 years from now, it's important to gather input from all of the residents, and especially that includes the youth of Telluride, who will be the ones who realize this plan. And we not only want to hear from them, but we want the local youth to be involved as we discuss elements of the plan, such as transportation and parks, natural resources, and community stewardship. And how do we go about doing that? So how can we involve youth in that planning process? There's many benefits to including youth in this process, including diverse perspectives, creating leadership opportunities, and investing in youth. So we'll take a customized, multifaceted approach to engage the youth of Telluride for this comprehensive planning process. And so we'll do 3 different strategies. We'll do interactive workshops, so hosting hands-on activities such as map making, vision boards, walking audits, and town building exercises to help youth visualize their ideal town. So we'll encourage the creativity and let the youth express what they envisioned for the future of Telluride, especially in areas like sustainability, transportation, and community spaces. And given Telluride's goals from the vision plan, we will center youth activities to participate in brainstorming solutions for Telluride's future. The second strategy is youth-led discussions, so helping to facilitate discussions where youth can voice their concerns and ideas and form that dialogue. We will also use digital tools to help gather feedback and make ways that are convenient and accessible for youth. And then the third strategy is collaboration with schools and youth organizations. So we will partner with local schools, youth clubs, and organizations such as the Telluride Academy, the True North Youth Program, the Shed, which is a new regional youth hangout space, and the Telluride Ski and Snowboard Club. So we'll incorporate those comprehensive planning activities into existing programs and events, ensuring high engagement from the students of Telluride. So by integrating these methods, we'll create a space where youth feel empowered to contribute to the plan and see their ideas reflected in the long-term planning of their amazing town. I'm going to pass it on now to Callie. Thank you.
And if we could unmute Callie New.
I asked her to unmute.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you, Corinne. The fourth thing that our team brings to the Telluride Comprehensive Plan is synergy. As we have all mentioned, this is a team who has worked together extensively and understands the community. We know how each other work, and we are able to build off of each other's strengths to your benefit. So the WST team will cover transportation elements in this plan. And we've laid out a process to do a deep dive in existing conditions and conduct a gap assessment, which enables us to develop solutions and build on partner relationships as we move into the plan framework and provide you with guidance on implementation. We understand from the vision plan that the community desires an increase in connectivity through the expansion of trails and transit routes. Addressing parking alternatives is critical to support multimodal behavior, and planning for the future of electric vehicles is key. Lastly, as workers in Telluride come from many neighboring communities, regional transportation and coordination with these partners is key to the economic success for the town and affordability for the region. We've been doing work with many other mountain communities that are tackling similar goals. We're currently working with the town of Winter Park as owners reps on their aerial transit system. We're advising them on navigating the funding landscape. And we understand that SMART is introducing a ballot initiative to fund needed replacements for the gondola and continued operations. Yay. We'll bring our experience working with Winter Park to support you in next steps in implementation, as the town is a pivotal stakeholder in the success of that enormous endeavor. We're also working with RTD in Denver to support their ambitious plan in converting their entire bus fleet to electric vehicle technology. And as we've mentioned multiple times, we're working with Park City, which has a similar layout to the town of Telluride, with it being a regional destination that's connected by a limited number of roadways and very limited space to expand for needed infrastructure. We're working with them to optimize their multimodal transportation system, utilizing strategically located park and rides, supporting safe infrastructure in high-use areas, and scaling transit service during peak visitor season, while still continuing to meet local needs. Our favorite part of supporting communities on these endeavors is really getting into the weeds with you and finding tailored, localized solutions. We look forward to strategic opportunities to leverage what you already have and be efficient with resources and scaling for the future.
Everybody here, 5-minute warning.
5 minutes.
Passing it to Amy.
Great. Thank you, Callie. In terms of resiliency, WSP has a history of working to increase resiliency throughout the state of Colorado. We worked on a large collaborative effort led by the state to create the Colorado Resiliency Framework, and that was almost about 10 years ago. So we have a lot of history in understanding the vulnerabilities that the state faces. So one of our first steps is to build a technical foundation through the existing conditions phase, similar to what Callie was just talking about. We know through the vision plan that Telluride encourages policy and programs that support climate adaptation. And we also want to build upon the voices and stakeholder engagement that has already occurred and gain a thorough understanding of those priorities and plans that are already in place, such as the Climate Action Plan, so we can weave those priorities in a meaningful way into the planning framework. So we know, for example, that sustainability and resiliency in Telluride is inherently tied to what people love about Telluride. So it's strongly linked to the protection and the conservation of the natural resources and outdoor recreation assets. So we have Colorado natural resources staff in Durango, Rifle, in the Denver area. So it would be great as we dive into those details to bring in biologists, environmental scientists to really advise on specific issues to kind of craft those impactful strategies that is tailored to Telluride's context. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Joshua to talk about water.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to recognize all of those who are listening in. We really respect the transparent process that is going on. This is your plan, and so it's important that you hear this. So when we talk about the future of Telluride, we must think holistically about the challenges ahead. Water is at the heart of everything. From drinking water supply to stormwater management, it touches every aspect of our lives. In Telluride, we must plan for the maximum water supply demand, not only of residents, but including the hundreds of thousands of tourists that come to Telluride annually. But water challenges can't be addressed in isolation. They're deeply intertwined with transportation, housing, recreation, and resilience. Next slide, please. As Telluride's roads and transportation systems are reimagined, we must consider the impact on your watersheds, limiting impervious surfaces and integrating green infrastructure to manage runoff. Affordable housing planning must also align with these goals, ensuring we prioritize water-efficient homes and sustainable practices that protect Telluride's environment. And in the face of climate change, we need to build a resilient infrastructure that not only mitigates flooding and wildfire risk, but also secures your precious water resources for generations to come. By embracing this nexus and planning comprehensively, we can sustain Telluride's unique character while protecting its natural environment and ensuring that you all see yourselves in this plan, because this is your plan.
The last piece we wanted to just highlight is the importance of equity, and that equity considerations would be woven throughout the data analysis, but also our community engagement. And then finally, kind of the last of our top 5, we're really excited to bring our experience to what is arguably the best mountain town in the world. Intermountain West. I mean, I maybe shouldn't say that, but we really love Telluride, and we're really excited to have the opportunity to support you potentially in your comprehensive plan. And this is just a really quick snapshot. We know that it's important to simplify complex information, to get the community involved, have an implementable plan, do it on time and on budget, and to achieve buy-in. The key things that you will get from our comprehensive team on your comprehensive plan. So with that, we'll just say thank you so much for the time, and we're really excited to hear your questions for us.
Great, thank you. We're on time. Appreciate it. So we have 3 prepared questions, and I'd urge you to make your answers very succinct, so we have a little bit of time for questions for others to ask on the commission outside of these pre-questions. So Todd, would you like to start with no, John, you haven't had a chance. Thank you.
How have you or would you treat a preparation of a comp plan for a mountain town differently than from other communities?
That is a great question. But I'll start with, we specialize in comprehensive plans for mountain communities. And when Allison brought the slide up of here are some of the different kind of demographics of the community, which includes second homeowners, that's very different than a plan for the city of Louisville, which we are also working on right now. But second homeowner considerations, visitor considerations, business considerations, they're all a little bit different in mountain communities, and each mountain community balances those things a little bit differently. And so we would really say we are led by you as the client to make sure that we're thinking about who are the key people that we need to be talking to, and how are we making sure that we are integrating them while having anyone able to participate in the plan. So we do try to have pretty broad engagement. I would say, is there anyone from WSP on the infrastructure side that wants to dive in on that question as well?
I'll quickly say from a technical standpoint, I think it's almost like looking at 2 different systems because you have seasonality and fluctuations in population numbers. And so from the transportation system, you have your off time and you have your peak season. And so conditions during those 2 times look very different. The same can be said for water. And then sustainability as well, like scaling solutions so that when you have those high impacts during visitor season, that you don't feel the impacts as much by thinking forward to those times and crafting solutions that meet the needs of both, the local population and then when the population size swells.
And from an economic and a housing perspective, it's the land constraints. We don't have as much room to work with.
Cool. All right. Second question. Peter?
For what community would you consider your company's best success story for a comprehensive plan, and why?
Really great question. I am going to do this is an old plan, but one that's been really successfully implemented. In 2012, so this is a while ago, I worked for the city of Aspen, and we hired Design Workshop to work on our comprehensive plan. And that was actually the time when I realized how amazing Design Workshop was, and it was a place that I wanted to work in the future. But that was a plan where we tackled some really significant issues, and now 12 years later has been really fully implemented. And it was because we spent the time and really led by Design Workshop and the process that Design Workshop has to craft very clear prioritization within that plan and building buy-in from the elected and appointed officials. So that's one that I have specific experience on and a real kind of soft spot for. I think another one that is more recent is maybe Mesa County. If you want to talk a little bit about that.
Sure, I can touch on Mesa. Now, what's interesting with a county plan as opposed to a town plan is the diversity of interests. You know, you have, especially Mesa County, you have unincorporated Clifton that is part of the county and yet a very urban environment. And then you have a majority of BLM land and some very rural environments. And this comprehensive plan has to balance those differing needs of some very varied stakeholders and community members. And so I thought that the plan did a really great job of kind of looking at a plan framework and recognizing the different needs of parts of the county and put together some strategic recommendations based on more framework zones and character areas, as opposed to trying to broad brush look at Mesa County as a whole and apply one strategy across the entire county. It really looked at different areas and looked for recommendations that were going to help to support those specific areas.
All right, thank you. Kathy, do you want to ask the last
Sure.
one?
What mistake has your company made in preparation of a comprehensive plan, and what did you do to correct the mistake or turn the situation into a positive outcome?
Okay, great. We're constantly, I was talking with Jessica about this last night. We're constantly looking to refine our approach based on lessons learned within past efforts. And I think we look to the vision plan as like a great success, especially when it comes to community engagement. I loved our vision retreat. Coming into that experience with kind of an idea of what we were looking for and walking out of it with something totally different, but so perfectly on par for the Telluride community. And so that's been a big lesson for me, is learning to zig and zag to meet the community where they're at for what they need in that moment. And then also kind of a continual refinement of our approach. I have continued to see more technical stakeholders, more community ambassadors, more working group members, and more ways of kind of reaching out broadly and empowering the community. So if you think back to that inform to empower spectrum, we're moving away from just inform and really trying to get to that collaborate. And I think I've seen that consistently throughout our comprehensive plans and how we've approached them over the last several years and how we continue to learn and evolve.
All right, yes, Todd, do you have a
Can
follow-up?
I add on to that? Since you had the experience of the vision plan and the challenges here in engaging our Hispanic community, what did you learn about that for this particular community that you'll bring to the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, really great question. I think that we in the vision plan did not have some of the key community ambassadors integrated into the process. And that was a lesson learned that we then tried to pivot when we did the East End plan with San Miguel County. When we were crafting that advisory group, making sure that there were some key community members who are part of the Spanish-speaking community, who are trusted members of the Spanish-speaking community, and could pull people into our engagement, whether that was walking in and grabbing one of the cooks at the cafe and saying, come on out, we really want to hear from you at some of our pop-up events, to sending out information about our survey and making sure everything was kind of in bilingual. So that was a real lesson learned that I think was successful in a pivot here locally.
I'd like to repeat what I said in the earlier interview, that this team, we have a very strong technical foundation, and we also know how to balance when enough information is enough, and to avoid analysis paralysis, because You can't hide behind data and continually ask, well, we need more information. We need more information. We have to make decisions in a comprehensive plan.
Right, thank you. Commission members, do you have anything? Yes, Kathy, another follow-up.
I'm old school. I mean, I've been on this board for over 40 years. I would like P&Z to either be the working group or 100% of P&Z to serve on an expanded working group. I'm used to with our previous plans. I know I can talk at another time about their flaws and problems, that P&Z had a lot more involvement than I felt we had to struggle to get that with the vision plan. So I just want to maybe have you comment on how you would make P&Z more included this time around.
Yeah, and we are doing that exact format in a current plan. We are in some of the final steps working with the city of Louisville down near Boulder, and their planning commission is the working group. And that was the decision that was made. There was a lot of back and forth, and should it be expanded or not? And it was, it's really important that the Planning and Zoning Commission be the leaders of this planning effort. And so we really look to you, to town council, to staff to help us make sure that the working group, advisory group has the right members. And if that's all P&Z plus, P&Z light, whatever that looks like, we're very willing and eager to make sure that works for you.
Yep.
The East End Master Plan of San Miguel County has not been the easiest process for the Planning Commission or the Board of County Commissioners. What would you do different if you could start over? Okay. And that could be a loaded question. You could just say no comment. I'm maybe being, I'm not trying to be mean.
I think that there were just some other factors that were playing in at the time, particularly with Diamond Bridge, that impacted how those conversations went. And I think that is something that was probably not avoidable. We really tried, and the county tried to have a advisory group that included community members who were maybe disagreeing with some of those decisions and having them as part of the process. And I think that was a good and important step that the county took for that plan process. So
yeah. Okay, fair enough. How are we doing?
We still have
Okay, another question.
You guys talked about being able to finish on time and zigging, zagging. How do you deal with or address scope creep through these process?
Yeah, that was another thing that Allison and I were talking about last night. We really pride ourselves in a collaborative approach. And we've outlined a scope of work that we think is the one that makes sense for the Telluride Comprehensive Plan. But we also understand that things come up and we need to do an additional pop-up event, or we need to approach something differently. And so we're really very willing to work with you to say, maybe we don't need or want to do this really large open house, and instead we want to do some more targeted conversations. And so we'll say this, we can do that. This is what the time impact is, and this is what the budget impact is. So just trying to be really transparent, and we're very willing to make adjustments to scope, but this is what that impact will be. And I think, identifying, maybe we need to do more, and that's a time to think about, just an approach.
I can provide a direct example from the Frisco Comprehensive Plan, which it has so many similar challenges. It's a very different group mountain community, but works with some of the same constraints. And from our first survey that went out in our first round of engagement, we realized we had a huge gap in renters, in youth, and in the Spanish-speaking community. And so we've shifted our second round of engagement to really target and focus on reaching those specific demographics. So instead of doing an open house like we had scoped, we are doing targeted locations for pop-up events. We've put extra time into getting an ambassador and all materials translated, double checking to make sure that those words are equitably readable so that the information is equally shared and it can be equally understood. And really aiming and targeting what we missed in our first round, while also continuing to capture the workforce and second homeowners and residents that we heard from in the first time, but making sure that those voices are part of the conversation. So that's an example of how we've zigged and zagged within the scope to make it work and ensuring that we're building on the process and coming up with reaching our goals that we outlined at the beginning.
Great, thank you.
Could I just add
What's
one?
up?
A minute.
1 minute.
I just wanted to chime in really quickly from a technical standpoint. Having worked inside Design Workshop and then now as a partner to Design Workshop, I feel like I can confidently say that Design Workshop does a really good job of engaging the full consultant team. So we work as one team. So it's not as if, we're suddenly like 2 weeks before something is due, they're saying, where are you with this analysis? And we haven't talked to you in 2 months. We're integrated into the team. So we're meeting with the client constantly so that we understand those challenges and where we need to pivot, so that from the technical standpoint, we're understanding the key questions that you're asking.
Great, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody need a break? We will start again at 9:55, if not more.
9:55, we're back in action.
Good morning, everyone. We will start now at 9:55. I think I must be a minute behind on my.
That's right. That's right.
Anyway, but that's not unusual. Okay. Thank you for joining us for this interview. We have, I think you've been given the guidance here, 30 minutes for a presentation. You get a 5-minute warning, then we'll have some times for set number of questions, and then we will be delivering later today. So we will begin with Cushing Terrell. Want to start? Introduce yourselves. Or
Wonderful.
you want to start?
Excellent. Thank you. Well, I am going to go ahead and kick us off with the introductions on our side. My name is Laura, and I am representing our Cushing Terrell-led team. And we have experience leading challenging community and urban planning projects across the U.S., particularly the Mountain West, and particularly here in Colorado. And so we're really excited for the opportunity to be here. Our team is well-rounded, working in both the public and the private sector in planning and public outreach. I'm an architect, and I'm an associate principal owner in our 86-year-old firm. We are Denver-based. And we're an integrated firm, which means that in addition to our planning department, we've got a full balance of disciplines from all of the engineering, architecture, landscape architecture, graphic design, visualization that could come to bear on this project. And that would be resources that we would draw on throughout the process. But this team here in our Hollywood Squares is our handpicked planning team. And we've worked together on numerous projects with each member bringing their core expertise. So I'll get into who's here at the table. We're joined by Ted Camp. Ted is with Leland Consulting, who will be working on the market economic analysis. And Ted loves data and analysis like few people I have ever met. And his ability to mine different data sources beyond just the typical census material, I think is going to be key to understanding your market drivers. And so you'll hear more about that and more from Ted later in our presentation. Joined by Luna. Luna is here with Fair and Peers and will be responsible for the transportation planning. Luna's focus is actually on people-friendly environments as a transportation planner, but she's also key to bringing climate-forward transportation strategies to bear, which is really pretty exciting. So we'll get to hear a little bit more about that in our presentation as well. We've asked Grace and Kayla to join us, but to be available for questions. But in the interest of brevity, we didn't task them with specific material to present today, but we did really want to make sure that they were available for questions. So Grace is here with Lotus Sustainability, and we'll be providing the sustainability and resiliency planning for this project. And Grace really focuses on all of those pillars of sustainability, from environmental, economic, and social factors that are key. And she can help understand those specific local potential inequities and help make actionable recommendations for those very complex items. Kayla is with AE2S and will be responsible for the utilities and infrastructure planning. And AE2S are civil and environmental engineers, amongst many other things. But what I'm excited about is their core focus is water, all things water. So potable, wastewater, storm, water resources. And also Kayla and her team are based out of Grand Junction. So they'll be able to help provide that local and regional understanding of those very key resources. Lastly, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Nora Bland. Nora is with Cushing Terrell. She leads and will be providing the urban planning and community engagement. But Nora is our director of planning for Cushing Terrell, and she leads our company-wide team out of Denver. But she's the leader of this team. She's the author of much of the work that you will see presented herein. But really, she is a dynamo of ceaseless energy. And so really excited to bring that to bear. Nora, can you give me the next slide? Yeah. But our team is much bigger than this set of Hollywood squares. And we are backed by a bunch of experts to focus on everything from open space and parks planning, historic preservation, more landscape architecture, and then every one of us sitting here is backed by our own team of experts to really help round out our team. So we have a very deep bench sitting here. So we didn't ask them all to show up, but can generally speak reasonably knowledgeably about their areas of expertise should you have questions about that. But it's a deep bench. But with that, I will let you take us through some of our similar project experience, Nora.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. Thanks for that wonderful introduction. So this is just a list of comp plans that we've completed just in the last 5 years. And the ones in bold at the top are highlighted because they are resort adjacent communities like Telluride. And then really throughout this presentation, I want to highlight how our approach is both data and community driven. So with that, I'll jump into our engagement approach and I'll talk about the overall approach and then give you some examples of what we've done in previous planning efforts along the way. So I want to talk about our strategies to reach some of the harder to reach folks. And really that approach is to meet people where they are. And what we mean by that is rather than asking community members to take time out of their lives and come to a public meeting, we'll set up pop-ups at grocery stores or rec centers, other places in the community where people are already gathering. We also like to tag on to events that are already happening in the community to leverage their attendance. So this way we can reach folks who don't necessarily always show up to town-led public meetings. So the photo on the top there is from a community event in Tucson where we were able to get 2,500 responses to our survey by handing out postcards with QR codes at a pop-up event. And then in Basalt, we found that in the Hispanic community there was a lot of mistrust and fear when it came to the local government. So to engage these residents, we held a community picnic in a neighborhood with a high population of Hispanic residents. And we were able to have an open dialogue without it feeling like a public meeting. And then in Glenwood Springs, at the height of COVID, we couldn't really do much in-person engagement. So we created this open house in a box where we put together these boxes filled with some swag and a paper survey. And we set up static stations and at places that were visited frequently, like rec centers and libraries. So people could take it home, fill out the survey, and then drop it back off where they picked it up. So really, the strategies that we use in this more equity-centered approach are allowing for honest and open discussion in known and comfortable places, which are not always a municipal building, leveraging the networks of existing groups like faith organizations or hiking groups, providing food and childcare at meetings and offering incentives like a raffle to just sweeten the deal. And then being really transparent about how input is incorporated into the plan. So our experience doing the comprehensive plan in Chaffee County, where they hadn't updated their plan in 20 years. It's a very rural county, 83% public land. And the biggest conflict we ran into there was balancing private property rights with community and environmental objectives. So there were conflicting views of how the county should grow among longtime residents and some who had moved to the county more recently. And opinions on both sides claim to be unwavering. So using data and projections, we modeled 3 different growth scenarios to physically show what development and growth could look like in the Arkansas Valley if they approached it in different ways. So we showed a low density or dispersed growth scenario, a concentrated growth scenario, and then a corridor centric scenario. And we were able to communicate the trade-offs of each one. So for example, the low density scenario resulted in sprawl into the unincorporated county, reducing the amount of open space and farmland, whereas the concentrated growth or cluster development scenario resulted in higher densities, but less sprawl. So we were able to leverage the community's shared values of cherished working landscapes and commitment to environmental stewardship, and eventually land on a preferred growth scenario. So really this visualization of how growth can physically look was a really effective tool in garnering community buy-in. This is just an example to showcase how we can communicate how input is incorporated into a project. So this is from the Mountain Area Master Plan in Steamboat Springs, where we were asking for input on prioritization of projects. So we walked them through, okay, this is what we heard from you. We identified problems based on that input. This is what we learned from looking at comparable resort communities. And these are some solutions we've identified and their associated trade-offs. So really just illustrating the journey that the community's input takes, and how that kind of manifests into recommendations that end up in the plan. And with that, I'll hand it back to you, Laura.
Excellent, thank you. So building consensus. There's, as Nora was alluding to that, and how we have to get a community to ultimately land on, that preferred solution, and how we do that. And, really it's a process that is fairly proven, but it takes a lot of rigor to pull off. And so what we've found is that consensus starts and ends with your vision. So that visioning process is really critical to be that touch point that we can lean on in each public meeting and in each presentation, so that we don't lose sight of why are we doing this and what are we looking to get out of this. Establishing those goals and guiding principles, so that each time that we are developing something, we're evaluating those. Are these meeting our goals and our guiding principles? And refining that vision along the way. And really it becomes that importance of the feedback loop, so that there's a transparency in what we're hearing, that community members who are participating and giving their own input feel that their voices are being heard. And it may not be that they're on that sense of on the side of the majority of where it's going, but there's still that sense that my participation is valued and I'm being heard. And so it's key in this, this feedback loop that we meet with you, our stakeholder group, come back out to the community. We feed back to you what we've heard from the community. We feed back to the community ultimately. What are the results of the surveys? What are people saying and what are we hearing? And so how that really leads to consensus is that touch point along the way of that, really that rigor in process, that we can stay focused on the task at hand and the questions being asked, so that it's presented in a way of, this is our vision, these are our goals, and this is how we're meeting those. We've found to be very effective in helping to get to that point of consensus. So what that looks like, if you go to the next slide for me, in a specific example, we're working on the Aspen Lumberyard Affordable Housing Project, and really came up with that overall vision for this project and development. And then within that found these 5 guiding principles that became touch points along the way. And the big question at hand was a huge amount of pressure to make a dent in their affordable housing crisis by providing a huge amount of density on the site, but also balancing that with their goal and really the vision for what is Aspen and what is authentically Aspen. And so big buildings were going to be not the solution, but through 5 separate points of community engagement, 11 council work sessions, we were able to consistently work through that process to illustrate a solution that was the balance of everything that was important in their vision to get that project developed to a point and ultimately consensus, and heard from the mayor at that point as we got approval to move into the next phase that it didn't ultimately look like he was expecting it because it did result in large buildings, but the solution was very clear because of the process we went through, that it really met all of their goals and yielded the highest density, which is ultimately what the community was looking for. So it's a process that we found to be effective along the way.
As Laura mentioned, I do like data. I like people also. But I wanted to show you sort of a smattering of data that we pulled to look at Telluride. I decided not to depress anyone with charts of housing affordability, but as everybody knows, when you have an incredibly attractive place, like maybe tied for first in the world, that's small and isolated, that's one of the most important dynamics that happens. And I think for Telluride, affordability, seasonality, and sort of the interplay of visitors and locals are 3 of the biggest areas of challenge and dynamics that you need to understand. So this graph to the right shows visitors to the ski resort itself over the course of 12 months. And then the green is to Clark's Market. And the scale is multiples of the muddiest day in April, basically. So at the peak for the resort is 10 times the lowest level. But you see there that Clark's gets up at only as high as 2 times the lowest level, or 2.4 times it actually peaks in July. My new favorite trivia question related to this data is from Placer.ai. It's cell phone tracking data. Is how many zip codes do you have to look at to get a tally of where people live that have set foot in Clark's? And the answer is a surprising 2,000 different zip codes in the past 2 years account for people that have visited Clark's. So let's look at the next slide. One of the things, well, I'll start with the map on the right. One of the most challenging issues, as you well know, is where do you get the workers from when it's increasingly difficult to find any place affordable to live near Telluride. And fortunately, the darkest county you see there is San Miguel County. So 50% of Telluride vicinity workers are able to come from San Miguel County. And when you add in, I think that's Ouray and Montrose to the north there, you pick up another 1,000. But you have to start pulling people in that list their residence as Maricopa County, which is Phoenix, Arizona. 72 people. I don't know what the story is there. They must have 2 places to live, but you're pulling people in from 17 different counties before you start looking at places that are sending less than 40 workers. The graph on the left is workers by age, and what you see there is that the middle line is workers age 29 or younger, and that's remained pretty flat. It's actually gone down a little bit from 2002 to 2021. But what's happening is you're increasingly relying on workers age 30 to 54 and age 55 and older. And that's sort of 2 things at work there. I think those people are more likely to be able to afford to live nearby. But those are also where the 2 big demographic bulges of boomers and millennials are also. And then the last Oh, is there another slide or that's it, right?
Shoot.
So I'll hand it to Luna. Yeah.
Keep yourself unmuted.
Hi, thank you. Again, my name is Luna. I'm with Fair and Piers, taking on the transportation elements for the team here. At Fair and Piers, we've been working in the Telluride area for a few years now. Last year, we wrapped up the specialized transit roadmap for the Regional Transit Authority SMART, helping them enhance their services for specific communities in the area. We're currently working on the strategic operating plan, which is setting the vision for transit programming and operations for the region. This work has involved a lot of community engagement and demographic analysis and gives us a familiarity with the Telluride community and the current transportation challenges, issues, and opportunities. We're excited to bring that understanding and our expertise to other modes of travel within the town, looking to create a comprehensive and layered transportation system that increases safety and comfort, not only for parking or for driving and parking and transit, but walking and biking as well. Obviously, understanding the seasonality of Telluride, we know we're contending with lots of peak times where increased congestion and parking issues become a problem. So looking to figure out how to mitigate those without losing the integrity of the comprehensive transportation system as a whole, or the viability of those other modes of travel during those higher intense uses.
All right, back to you, Laura.
Thanks. So National Historic Landmark District for the entire town is, and to be there, it's obvious why. And so an important part of this plan is going to be really sustaining that significance of Telluride and how we can see change through the lens of that significance and identify change that's contextual, sustainable, responsive is going to be an important aspect of our work. And identifying that context and that unique character as well. We do have some familiarity and understand that importance in working on projects through going through the Historic and Architectural Review Commission. So again, just recognizing that important aspect that will go into this plan. And again, to hit on it again, is that affordable housing. And so really reviewing the data and information that TED pulls up, and then finding out ways and coming up with those strategies to implement that. We do have a level of familiarity with your current implementation already. We've had an opportunity to work on some conceptual planning for Lot L and the Shandoka Lot, and through that work have a familiarity with some of the work you've already done with the Southwest Area Plan. Currently working on Shandoka Building F's refresh and expansion of units. And through that work, have had an opportunity to really see the impressive commitment that Telluride has had to affordable housing to date, and how we can continue to find strategies for future implementation. In our work on Lot L, there was some public engagement involved with that Nora assisted us with. So I'll let you get into that a little bit, Nora.
Sure. Yeah, I kind of just wanted to touch on our familiarity with your engagement website and Bang the Table as a platform in general. We set up this page on Engage Telluride for the Lot L project, and love all of the digital engagement tools that there are to offer through the site, and so would be very comfortable setting up a page for the comp plan. So we came up with a preliminary list of what we've identified as some challenges and opportunities with this planning effort, but if selected, we would obviously work with staff and the community to confirm these and identify additional ones. But your current comp plan has 25 different topics, which is a lot. It can sometimes limit how in depth you can go with each topic. So maybe looking to consolidate that list in this effort so you have a really usable plan where you know where everything is and it's easy to navigate. I don't need to harp on about the housing crisis, but the 2023 vision plan highlighted that some residents feel that with displacement that's a result of increased housing costs, there can feel like a loss of community. But we look forward to the opportunity to really build on the great work that was done with the vision plan, continuing to preserve the rough and natural character, which I love, that's come through in the 87, 06, and 2012 plans, continuing the momentum of affordable housing development that you've done over the years, really align infrastructure planning with long-range planning, and then geographically keeping the plan a little more broad on the larger Telluride region, so you can visually and physically connect town to the mountain peaks and the watersheds.
Just wanted to make sure you heard your 5-minute warning has been
Yep.
sounded. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the last slide. So why would you choose this team? We do have that knowledge of Telluride and the community's values and some of the culture. We have experience doing comp plans for many mountain resort adjacent and resort communities in Colorado. As you can see from this project team, we take a multidisciplined approach to these comp plans. And that approach is both data and community driven. Our team is mostly here in Colorado, but we have a deep bench of folks across the country that we can draw from. We've got a nice mix of more senior experience and some energetic youth. And then finally, we're just really excited about the opportunity to engage with Telluride residents and help guide staff and commission members through this important planning process. So with that, I will stop sharing and we can get into questions.
Great, thank you very much. We do have a set number of questions here, but I would, in your answers, please make your answers quite concise if you could, so we save a little bit of time in that time frame of 15 minutes for questions from the group. Charles, do you have a copy of those questions?
Yes, I do.
All right. Would you like to ask the first one?
All right, I will. How have you or would you treat the preparation of a comprehensive plan for the mountain town differently from other communities?
Wow. I love working in mountain towns. I feel like I'm regularly threatening to move to one.
She is.
But I mean, honestly, every community is really different. So we go in with no assumptions. We go in with our experience and we take a learning approach, right? We're looking at the data and then we're listening to what community members are saying. Obviously, mountain communities have unique challenges, and some of those are shared with communities that we have and are working in. For example, Fraser, Colorado is I think a really good comparable community to Telluride. We're working there right now and getting to know the town and community members and community values and things like that. So we understand some of the challenges that are going on in Telluride, but we don't assume to know all of them. So we'll really rely on our experts that can mine through the data, and then our expertise in understanding and learning from community members what is most important and what we need to focus on in the comprehensive plan. Laura, I don't know if you wanted to tag onto that.
No, I think that's right. It's what we like to say is we do have a process, but we don't have a predetermined outcome. And so really, as Nora said, digging in and getting to know you guys, I think is going to help ultimately craft that plan.
Great. All right, number 2. Let's go, John.
What community would you consider your company's best success story for a comprehensive plan and why?
Don't make me choose. That's so hard. Wow, this is
Who's your
that's
favorite kid? Yeah.
I know, it's like they're all my babies.
Laura, how are you going to answer?
Let's hope nobody from any other community I've worked on is on this call. But I really think that example that I gave earlier from Chaffey County is a great one. We did actually win a community engagement APA award for that one because we did so much engagement that was really far reaching. And we approached it with, let's start with these couple of strategies for engagement and let's see how they go. And then we'll pivot from there if certain strategies are working better than others. And we made sure to engage youth in that process. And it was really interesting because like I described earlier, there were really, really tough conflicting opinions, and being able to establish a set of shared values or guiding principles, kind of like what Laura was describing earlier, and then leverage those when it came to the difficult conversations about growth. We got to an outcome that wasn't everyone was extremely thrilled with, but what everybody showed up to our adoption hearings saying, I support this plan because I can see, I understand my fellow community members' opinions, although they're different than mine, but I'm excited about the potential outcome that is that I can agree with my neighbors on. So that one feels like the most success because it felt like the biggest hurdle. And the fact that we got so much support in the adoption process and that we won that APA award was really fulfilling, I think.
All right. Thank you. Number 3, I'm going to actually ask this, if that's okay. What mistake has your company in preparation of a comprehensive plan have you made? And what did you do to correct the mistake or turn the situation into a positive outcome?
Wow. These are hard questions. Oh my gosh. I guess what comes to mind is assuming that people will show up to a public meeting. I think when you've worked with communities that are generally really engaged, and then you go to a different community where it's almost impossible to get folks to show up and give feedback, you kind of make the assumption that, all we have to do is hold the meeting and people will come and we'll put some flyers up and do a Facebook post. But there's so much more that goes into getting the folks that don't normally come to town council meetings to be involved in the process, and those people are really important to involve. Likely they need the most out of a community plan. So I would say, so for our work in Federal Heights, Colorado, which is a tiny community just north of Denver, we really struggled with getting people to show up to a public meeting. So our first public meeting, we did a virtual one, and we had, I think, 4 attendees from the general public, and the rest were, folks that were on council or planning commission, and and so what we pivoted to do was to show up in person. So the Federal Heights has a lot of mobile home communities, and so we have been targeting each of those communities and doing little pop-up events at their smaller centers, their little community centers, and getting input that way. And we've gotten really good feedback from residents who have never been involved in a process like this and would never think to log into a virtual meeting and things like that. So really just understanding the community and how people feel comfortable being involved in a process like this. Sometimes they won't feel comfortable at all, and you really just have to make things simple and easy, and really come to people to understand their values and their priorities. But that's an example of how we understood that we can't always expect people to show up to us, and that we really have to go to the community.
Thank you.
Angela?
Yes, God, yes.
That's a great answer, Nora. And you talked also about Tucson and Basalt and reaching those communities that aren't necessarily willing to show up. Is this now integrated into what you're planning for Telluride? Or is it going to be, well, we'll try our normal way, and if that doesn't work, then we'll flop back into this?
No, I would say it's very integrated. I think at this point, meeting people where they are is kind of the standard for community engagement, at least at Cushing Terrell and our partner firms. So we integrate it into every project that we do. Pop-ups are a great way to get like little nuggets of feedback, but if we really want to have longer conversations, we do have to hold more of a open house style meeting, but we can advertise that by doing a pop-up, or and we love to do like a kickoff engagement event. We have a booth at an existing event that the town is putting on, or a partner to the town is putting on, and we'll hand out postcards with QR codes. And I've gotten Laura involved in these, and she loves to just be the woman with purple hair running around and talking to people about planning and how important it is for them to be involved in the process. And so we did this in Fraser a couple of weeks ago, and I think we're at 200 survey responses already, and that community is about 1,000 people. So we're well versed in the ways to get input from diverse groups of community members, and it's integrated into the process.
Yeah, John.
Laura and Nora, I'm wondering what your lessons that Cushing Terrell maybe has learned through the Lot L process, the things that you guys maybe experienced that were difficult, and how you guys worked through those issues or opportunities.
Laura, I'll let you start on this one.
Great. I think the thing that stood out on Lot L for sure is just that, again, it's a little bit of those countering priorities, so competing priorities. So, with Lot L, that opportunity for it to be this intercept lot, to be able to be that part, to pull more vehicles off the roads, and make a more pedestrian friendly experience in town. But at the same time, that's our residential area. And so how it begins to impact views, how it begins to impact that neighborhood, it's really a little bit of that kind of, again, conflicting interests, and really being sensitive to that, and how we navigate that, and help provide design around that, help communicate that through graphics and images to be able to address some of those questions and concerns. But that was definitely the thing that stood out on Lot L is, it's a great solution for this one problem, but then how do we not impact and cause kind of trickle down problems with that solution? And I think that was for sure a big takeaway on Lot L.
All right, we only have a few minutes here, 4 minutes to be specific. Peter, did you have any questions? Charles, did you follow up? Okay. Let's see, I think I did have one. You are based in Denver, is that correct?
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah. And so how would you approach being here? And especially since we're starting in a winter context? I notice you're all virtual, so I'm just exploring that.
Yeah, it's a great question, and we apologize that we couldn't be there. I'm so sad that we didn't get the chance to come down for this trip, but we make sure that we plan in enough time for travel every time that we go after a project like this. And we are already working in Telluride, so there are some efficiencies there. We're very familiar with the direct flight to Montrose Airport and the rental car place that we get our cars to come down there. So we're really I travel often. I'm on the road a lot, and I love that part of my job. I think it's one of the coolest jobs in the world. So it's no issue for us to get down there. It might take a little bit longer than other places, but it's nothing that we haven't done before. Laura, did you want to add?
Oh, no, I was just going to tease. I think it's the only reason that's kept me having you live in Denver is because Nora is on the road supporting her work. But actually, it kind of vicariously lets her live in her mountain towns, but gives her a home base in Denver. So, I mean, this is how we work today. And again, I think we've all kind of got that travel bug. So love to be doing everything that needs to be done in person is done in person. But we're also very effective at doing all of that data mining and research and all of those pieces that we've got the best access to and resources here. So I think it kind of gives that best of both worlds.
Well, Nora, you can take your desire to live in a mountain town and pocket change of 10 million bucks or so and move here.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Are we good? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Appreciate
so much.
participating, and we
Yeah.
will deliberate today later on. So somebody will, I guess, be in touch eventually. Thank you.
Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thanks for the opportunity. We
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, next one starts at 10:05. That's
The last one, you should say.
Sorry,
The last
the
one, not the
last
next.
one.
Next,
The last one. And I also want to let you know that we did get response from Ally about Kathy's participation.
I see.
She has to participate in every one, so she will not be back.
To deliberate.
Right, but she can provide some comments, and which she's going to either one of you or
Okay.
all, hopefully today. So
Yeah.
just let you know.
Thanks.
10:45. I'm on time now. Welcome. We have, I assume you have been given the guidance 30 minutes plus 5-minute warning. Then we do have 3 set questions for 15 minutes, but we would really appreciate that your answers be very succinct. We leave some time for the commission to ask you specific questions, if that's all right. And we will be deliberating today. So thank you for coming. All right, go for it. Who starts?
I'm gonna start. Well, first of all, thank you for having us here today. This is a community and a place that I think we've looked at from a professional perspective for a number of years now, and it ties into our work with a number of mountain communities. So it's exciting to be here today and talk with you all. A little bit different of a presentation. I know you've seen a lot this morning. You've probably seen a lot of calls, a lot of project team, a lot of resumes and projects. So we'll do this a little bit different as we go. And we're really trying to focus on giving you something to react to and start that discussion today. You know, our projects really are throughout the Mountain West. We've worked with some great communities like Ketchum and Jackson, Big Sky. And our relationships with those communities have resulted in a number of awards. I think we're up to almost 12 this year. We had the top planning award in 4 different states last year. So to work in another community such as this would be fantastic. And we're really excited for the opportunity. But set aside kind of that, what we really wanted to focus on today was digging in and giving you an idea, and any public listening online, as to what you could expect to see in an actual plan document for the town, and what to expect, what to kind of get you excited about the public outreach project and events that we've got planned. Talk a little bit about the opportunities and discussion items that we've got included, kind of set the stage. And if we come away today with getting you excited and start thinking about some of those issues that need to be addressed, that would be great. As a multidisciplinary firm, we're really able to tackle all of your different issues with the team that we have, from housing, historic preservation, utilities, transportation. But what we really thrive on is this idea of co-creation. So really working in partnership with town leadership, with town staff, with the wider community, workforce, residents, visitors, all included in that, to really create a great plan and a successful plan that moves the community forward. And kind of before running into the slide and telling you a little bit what we have in this document, we'll do some quick introduction and just our roles on the team. First, I'm Megan Moore. I would serve as APM, or as project manager. And as project manager, I mean, my sole responsibility is to make this a client success. So to work with town staff, leadership, the community at large, to make sure that the engagement process is fun and exciting, includes all that we can, includes those not represented, and then at the end of the day, really leave you with a plan that is successful and moves the community forward.
Bruce Meehan, I'm glad Megan's in charge of making you happy. I'm in charge of making sure that we push this plan forward, that it's innovative, that it tackles a real solution, and we have real discussions with the community. And I'll pass it on.
I'm Miles Graham, and I'm a strategic advisor on this team. My role is to really make sure that this is a community plan, that as someone who lives here and who's local, make sure that this plan reflects the values and the goals that we share and live every day.
I'm Sophie Frankenberg. I am the assistant project manager. Another big role that I will be serving throughout this process is community involvement and engagement. I actually have a bit of a personal attachment to plans like this because I come from a community very similar to Telluride, mining town, rise and fall of mining into a ski resort town. And I really have lived some of the challenges and some of the issues that a lot of these mountain towns face. I know what it's like to not be able to, well, the real possibility of not being able to live in the community that I feel so proud to have come from, just because it's not affordable for me anymore. So that's hopefully a great perspective that I can bring to the table. And I'm just really looking forward to being a part of something that could possibly bring change.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ben Oshling. I'm a GIS analyst with Logan Simpson. So I'm here to help manage and facilitate the data modeling visualizations throughout this project process.
Hi, Sarah Brown with Western Spaces. I'm a housing specialist.
I was born and raised in Telluride, so grew up here in the late 70s through the early 2000s. Leaving town, I had this desire to gain the knowledge, all the possible knowledge I could, to come back and help places like Telluride. Because I had that lived experience, watching it change and watching housing change and watching the pressures that came down on the town. So that's what I'm here for.
And online also with us, we have Rocio Ramirez with FHU. She's already been working on the smart, kind of the valley-wide transit system for a while now, so brings that expertise in transportation and mobility. And also with us is David Becker from RRC. Again, has done a lot of plans within the community back to the old comprehensive plan, and is now working on the housing assessment as well. All right, well with that, let's dive in here and tell you a little bit about what's inside the slides we have for you today. So I'll talk a little bit about vision use, starting with the vision plan that you already have drafted, how engagement can move that vision forward. Talk a little bit about the profile, some of the stats, demographics that needs to be moved forward, or key issues that we need to address in some of the policies. Talk a little bit about some of the potential areas of change, right? Character areas, but really looking at what are those key opportunities on the ground for the town. And then finally, an adaptive management plan. So really setting the stage for change that could happen and being able to track and monitor that success. With the vision plan, you've already done some great work with this. Had a lot of engagement in the process and really focused on this tagline of creating this livable Telluride. The key factors here are sustainable, authentic, and connected. And so as we keep those in mind, working towards those throughout this comprehensive plan, is that basis is already in place. But what we feel kind of the need to build on is to make some of those vision statements, tie them in a little bit more to what your potential goals and even further actions and opportunities could be. So really trying to define in some of these statements, giving the public an idea of what those projects, what those actions, what those improvements could look like for everything from mobility, environmental preservation and climate, to sustainability, et cetera.
So we have proposed a 12-month process for the completion of the comprehensive plan update. Our process is broken up into 3 phases, roughly 4 months each. Throughout the entire process, however, we have identified community engagement as one of those main core values to see this plan through succession. So although we have our public engagement process in that foundation phase, we are actually going to be having an opportunity for the community to engage at every single step of the process. There will never be a moment that the community cannot be involved, whether it's in phase 1, foundation setting, phase 2, visualizing livability, what does livability look like, and all the way through to the plan development as our phase 3. Although we as consultants will only be here for about a 12-month process, we hope to leave you with kind of the foundation to continue to see engagement from your community far past the adoption of the comprehensive plan, but into that implementation ongoing into the future. So we have identified 3 major touch points in which we will be immersed in your community. We've also identified a task force that will meet periodically throughout the whole process. We've proposed town leadership roundtables in each phase. We've also proposed online platforms. We have a lot of familiarity with Bang the Table as a platform, public involvement, and other traditional website platforms. But I'm not really going to focus a whole lot on those more traditional outreach strategies because that's all in our proposal. Hopefully you've had the chance to review that and look through it. I really want to highlight the creative and innovative solutions that we have found that really breaks down those barriers to get the people that don't traditionally get involved in these processes involved. We feel like planners honestly have not done the community justice in a lot of ways when it comes to community engagement. Although 1,000 responses or so on various planning projects may be okay for some communities, we believe that we can do a lot better. We understand that your population almost doubles every day with your workforce. That's a huge part of the community that often is not engaged in traditional planning processes. So we believe that traditional engagement just doesn't cut it. When I say traditional engagement, that may be open houses with boards surrounding the room. Good sometimes, but it doesn't quite get the turnout that we believe you all want to see. Some of our creative solutions include involving the younger generation. So maybe that's partnering with AHA to get some youth involvement. We've had a lot of success in other mountain town communities with getting high school students involved, middle school students. We've had hundreds of high school students involved in visioning activities, as well as policy development and presentation as well. So that's a really fun way to get the next generation involved. That's really going to be impacted by a 20-year plan. We also really understand how big of a role the workforce plays in your community. So that may be us jumping on the gondola and having conversations with people as they're commuting to and from work. It may be jumping on the smart buses and still engaging with people, talking to people that don't traditionally have a voice in some of these planning initiatives, but are very much impacted by what you all do. We also want to highlight that our underrepresented communities, such as bilingual communities, Spanish-speaking communities. We have 2 targeted Spanish-speaking events. That doesn't mean that we're just translating materials and having it side by side with English materials. It is a focused, targeted event to get that community's voices heard. We have Rocio, who is bilingual, and she has helped us with previous plans engaging that specific community. And it's really something that we've learned from our mistakes, that it just doesn't get the turnout that we think we should be seeing in these plans. So although we pride ourselves at Logan Simpson on the one-on-one conversations, those really authentic dialogues back and forth, we do also understand and get really excited about the opportunities that technology brings to public involvement.
Yeah, and I think I'll start by saying, as a GIS analyst, I think a 2D paper map gets me excited more than the average person probably. But I also realize that with, as Sophie was just mentioning, with technology evolving, there's a lot more efficient ways to help store and communicate data throughout this process. So I like to kind of describe that as a living database, and much to public involvement, data is being recorded at every stage of this process. So that's public comments, that's future land use, that's all of these aspects that we want to record. And what's awesome about a service that we like to describe as ArcGIS Urban. And so we also offer things like ArcGIS story maps and other ways for people to comment online as well as in person. But what Urban does a great job of doing is making this process of understanding metrics and data a lot easier for the average person, because as planners, we look at data a lot, we see that a lot, but how can we communicate these complex problems that a lot of our public doesn't get to see all the data individually. And so what's awesome about this is, a metric would be with the new Voodoo affordable housing, 27 affordable units being added to the community, an awesome, easy metric that we can attach to land use or other things in Urban to kind of help us communicate that not only internally for our own debate, but also in public engagement. And so what I like to do, this is also like a phase 1 process where we can then tier that into really cool immersive visualization things. And so one example is in Mesa, Arizona. We took 300 high school students and actually put them in this 180-degree immersive screen where they get to actually walk into a room, and rather than just see a 2D architecture sketch, they get to look left and right and actually understand what building heights, setbacks, different characteristics actually mean for their community, and gets a lot more just reliable and realistic kind of feeling that we want to garner for these public engagement events. So we're really excited. You can see, I believe that was a planning commissioner in the bottom left who's just stoked on being able to walk into something this immersive, which we're really excited about. And moving forward, then we also, as I was mentioning with metrics, like to capture that throughout the whole process. So as I mentioned, this is public comments, this is more technical data analysis, but then we want to make sure that we're capturing every aspect of the community, so underrepresented. And this is actually an example from Summit County that I think Sophie wants to speak to a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we, like we said, we've worked in a lot of different mountain communities, both regionally and a little bit more small. But I want to talk a little bit about Summit County, Utah. This is where Park City is, and about their visioning plan process. So this is a vision plan that we completed last year. And a big goal with this plan was to remove those barriers that I spoke about earlier. So really getting a turnout from people that don't traditionally turn out, making sure that the plan is really representing the community that lives it, that works in it, that makes up the character that people are so proud to call home. So this, the goal for this engagement process was to kind of rethink our engagement strategies. Park City residents are typically the ones that show up full force, loudly, wholeheartedly, passionately. But really, we wanted to make sure that this plan was representative of Summit County as a whole. We wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be Park City's vision plan. And although those voices are really important because they are a part of the community, they're not the only voices that should be heard and represented in the final plan.
So let's take this down to the Telluride level and look at a couple of the key components that we see as part of this plan in relation to Telluride. Number one, housing, right? We all know housing is going to be a key component of this plan. You're in the process of updating your housing needs assessment. David Becker is working on that. I've worked with him extensively in the past on multiple needs assessments. So taking that data as part of this plan and turning it into a way for the community to understand the housing data, and then building on that to develop goals and policies that the community supports, right? You can throw a million tools out there and a million programs out there, but if you don't have the support of the community, it's not going to go anywhere. And with this community, what Telluride needs is housing for its workers, and it needs the community behind that process. And so next is the character, right? Talking about the community. You know, Telluride has a long history. It's not just an old mining town and an old skiing town, right? We had L.L. Nunn, Nikola Tesla, and George Westinghouse here built the first commercial alternating current power plant down in Ames. Innovation, right? Telluride has a long history. It also has a character of people, always has. You know, I don't know if you were all here when Ross Stevie used to ride his unicycle up and downtown. That was character. Those were people that hung out on Main Street and talked to people that were visiting, and that made the town, right? So hearing from those people and making sure that they can be those characters that bring that to this community will be an important component of this plan. And then there's the built form, right? We have a historic district. We have a National Historic Register, the first bank building, right? That's important to recognize that and to not hide it behind all the new housing or all the new buildings, right? To work with that historic character, to find hidden density. Logan Simpson knows how to do that. They have an internal team, historic preservation team, that focuses on those kinds of maintaining the preservation, finding hidden density, and achieving community goals. They've worked in Golden on a plan, Montrose and Ketchum are almost the most recent ones. And so those together can build the character and identity of the town that we're trying to not only maintain, but to plan for the future.
Thanks, Sarah. And when we talk about community character, our land use and our planning choices are one of the best reflections of our community values. And when we look at our public right-of-way, that's a great example of that. We talked about how we can learn from other communities and cited the Summit County and Park City. We should also not lose sight of the fact that other communities learn from us. And as many of you know, Park City just sent a delegation of their leadership to learn about our gondola system, which is the envy of communities across the world. This weekend, it's going to move more than 20,000 people a day, making it the busiest transit line in Colorado this weekend. It will be that. And it's not just our gondola. When you look at our mode share, that 43.7% of people walk to work, we've got a lot of real strengths. We also have some real challenges. The trade parade that I was in this morning, when we've got 2,000 employees commuting up into Telluride, we have a lot of strengths we can leverage. We also have a lot of challenges that we can learn from and apply as we start to look at our planning principles that Megan's going to walk through.
Yeah. And one of my favorite parts of any project is working with the community to identify and build on some of the issues and opportunities that Sarah and Miles just mentioned. One of the first things is really just to take a look at the town as a whole and building on this idea of livability, walkability, what's within, you know, your 15-minute time zone time frame of being able to walk someplace, and ensuring both housing, jobs, amenities, services are all within that area, right? So being able to take a look at the differences between downtown and some of your traditional neighborhoods, some of those transitioning areas where you're seeing some of the workforce being built, additional housing projects, but making sure there's always this balance of amenities, housing, and services included. And through the public outreach that Sophie really talked about, this is kind of, well, this is one of our first steps, right? To talk we frame those vision statements up in a way that starts to talk about some of the opportunities that we can draw. And these drawings transition hand in hand with the community to go into those immersion scenarios that Ben talked about. But as a first step, just talking about some of the key opportunities is integrating housing in a way that's more integrated, that the mass is the same, that it ties to historic preservation elements of the town, that it's connected to amenities, it's connected to parking hubs and mobility hubs. That somebody coming into town can park once and walk or bike the rest of the way. It's rethinking, as Miles mentioned, I guess I shouldn't say rethinking, enhancing transit, mobility. You've got an incredible transit service here, but expanding on that, which also ties into climate goals, sustainability goals. It might be the biggest bang for your buck to lower your carbon footprint. So making sure that this is efficient and moving that workforce and trying to mitigate some of the 2,000 workers in the trade route that was mentioned, the trade train, sorry. And then also looking at spaces to enhance your streets, enhance your connectivity, but also create multi-purpose spaces that can be gathering areas for the community. As you continue to build up, it's important to look at these multi-purpose spaces that can serve biking, unicycling, pedestrians, all of those things in a space that also can handle festivals, can handle overflow from the gondola base, etc. But the important part of this also is to be able to look from an historic preservation aspect at what that character is and ensure that continuation happens within the future.
Yeah, I hope you've seen a little bit of a different approach to how we would do a comprehensive plan for you that would affect change. I get to talk about the great subject of implementation, so lucky me to finish off, but I'll make it exciting for you. But to start off with, I think it's being humble a little bit. We're in different times, and you're at a critical point. If you look at both traffic, and just talked about that, to the idea of a housing crisis, which isn't new, maybe something that was talked about 20, 30, 40 years ago, but we're still in that boat, to climate change and what's in your paper of some of the hottest days and what that means as that accelerates. We need to think about this differently. It isn't something that we're making up. It's something that if you look at the rate of change in the last 10 years is 100 times faster than the 10 times before. I used to think it was just because I was getting old and that's why I don't have my track player, but it's not. It's actually real, so I feel a lot better about my age. But we need to approach this in a little bit different way, almost like you would do an environmental project with adaptive management that monitors where we are and then has real-time corrective actions to redirect us to make sure that we reach our goal in that. That needs to be attached to an annual work plan to make sure that we're following through on the community's wishes and the community is hand in hand. And I think, Sophie, you talked about that this plan lives on afterwards. Well, that's the way that this plan connects you to the community every year, and they're part of the actual implementation of this. One of the examples that you're going to see up there is Jackson, and then there's a reason it's up there. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go forward. But Jackson's one where they implemented an adaptive management plan because they had a plan up to 2012 that had all the right words. But then when we looked at it and they walked in, they said, "Hey, Bruce, is this working?" And I looked at the metrics and the answer was no, it wasn't working. The reality was that 70% of people were living in the rural county of Teton County, 30% in town. Nothing was happening in town. Town was static. It was the square. Let's preserve the square and try to stop everything. Now, after 10 years of working with them, 2 updates, doing their housing plan, doing their transportation plan, their code, their TDRs, and so on, it's flipped. And the reason we know it's flipped is there's annual monitoring plans every year. So there's no denying whether it's flipped. So we're monitoring how it's going and going from there. The other thing is local housing. And I love what Sarah said. It was the idea that for Jackson, they asked us initially, can you define Western culture for Jackson? And I'm like, oh gosh, how long is this process going to be? And then which time period are we talking about? But they define Western culture as the people that live there. And that's what they went with. And that was the goal of 65% of people have to live locally in complete communities. Well, the reality of that is a huge housing gap of restricted units. And we'll never make it. We'll never make 65%. You know, when you look at the actual number of units being constructed per year, this year they made 65%. Now, if you look at how many units that is, that's 1,000 something in the pipeline right now. So they are serious about sustainability. They're serious about doing it. They're serious about taking care of their own issues. It's not only adaptive management also, we have to understand that there's a cost to things, and community buy-in. So we talk about these annual work plans are extremely important. We're very proud of Big Sky because we were asked to come in as sort of like an outsider into Big Sky, where they were concerned where fiscal dollars were being spent. Perfect. After Bozeman, the most expensive or the most biggest generation of revenue in all of Montana is Big Sky. And what they asked us to do is to get beyond those barriers, especially in the local house workforce, and to find out where they should be allocating their hundreds of millions of dollars annual budget and what are the priorities. It was surprising what the result was, that the community itself came up with priority of affordable housing, number one, but they also came up with wastewater to make sure they improve the Gallatin River, to other things like transit, to even more exciting, the idea of really tackling the hidden issues of mental wellness and improving that, especially within mountain towns. On that note, I think Telluride is at the point where a plan such as this is going to get you way farther down the road to what you want to achieve. I'm going to do my conclusion right now, and you want to just jump to that. What a morning it has been. We're a creative group. We like being with each other, but we had the blessing of having someone who helped start Telluride, along with many others, where the vision was car-free, gondola. What if we had a music fest? To what if we start arts? And listening to his stories was incredible. Ask him one question: what's the difference now as we look forward? And he said, you need to acknowledge, Bruce, that our problems now are way more, they're bigger, they're real, they're in front of us. You know, we can talk about traffic all day, but they're real impacts. But that being said, just like we did before, if we gather together as a community and we're real about the conversation, we can tackle those. And I walked away with that and I got goosebumps. I mean, I'm excited. So on that note, let's go to questions.
Okay. So we have a group of set questions here. I'm going to ask Todd to start with the first one, please.
And you've touched on this, but what's different about a comprehensive plan for a mountain town, particularly Telluride and the Box Canyon, that's different from other communities? You've talked about Ketchum, you've talked about Jackson, Summit County, Utah, where there's expansion room. We don't have that. So what's the difference?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the biggest difference in that is that people in mountain towns, communities in mountain towns, really experience the impact of change, and they are constrained a whole lot more than some of the areas that we worked in. I mentioned Summit County, there's a lot of room to expand there is. But you also have to take into account a lot of the conservation area and a lot of the pushback that you get from the public, of course, on what that change is and what it looks like. And Sarah can talk about this a little more from a local perspective because she's seen it happen over the past 40 years as well. But it's really, again, kind of back to the graphics and back to the stats, being able to relate things back in a way that folks can see that change and be comfortable with that change and even create buy-in for what that change looks like through the graphic illustrations, through the immersion techniques, really hearing some of those conversations as you go.
And then, you know, specifically in a place like Telluride, the pressure points are different, right? Like you said, we're in a box canyon. Not only that, but we have huge outside pressure of people coming in saying, you know, this is an amazing place to be. We want to be a part of it, but only part-time. So they're leaving.
But we want it to be like where we came
We
from.
want it, we want there to be a community when we come back to it, yet we're taking some houses away from them. And then, reaching the workforce as part of this plan and as part of trying to bring the community together to have a conversation around this. In a place like Telluride, you're not looking for them living in town. You're looking for them coming from Norwood and coming from Montrose and Ridgeway. And those are people that are important to engage in this process as well. In a lot of areas, it's not like that. But here, it's important to get that reach out, even though they may not be registered to vote here, they're part of this community. And, it's important to reach out to that group as well.
Okay, number 2. Charles, do you want to take number 2, please?
All right. Let's see. What community would you consider your company's best success story for a comprehensive plan, and why?
Charles, that's not fair. So, but thanks for asking. And, but there's a lot of plans. If you open up there, you'll see a lot of plans. Each one's unique. This one's unique. This one's special. We're here for a reason. But I have to choose, right? So I guess that's a yes. So I'm gonna stick with. Let's talk about Jackson and Big Sky for a second. One is end of a road canyon. Another one really has some of the metrics or things that I think we need to do here together. For Jackson, when they first started, it was on a path where they questioned planning as a whole. Why are we doing this? Just repeating and rinse and repeat. And you question even the profession of, when you look around, have we achieved something better? And the reality is, for Jackson, I think was a success was changing our paradigm. The vision statement is simple. It is that we need to preserve or to protect the ecosystem that's around us, the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, and this beautiful world that's around us. That's the vision statement, essentially, and that we live in it. And if we do everything with that sensitivity, then that will push change. But you have to be concrete in terms of that. So the vision is very simple. The policies directly deal with achieving that. And then if you look at that component of that adaptive management plan, I want you to take a look at those 10 years of indicator reports. Those are humbling because they're on work where we say, did we do it? I mean, did we produce units that were appropriate for the scale of Jackson in each one of these little communities around it? Did we connect them with transit? And so on, and that's pretty important. But there's some great successes. The ability to fund housing there is done, the way it was reorganized in order to implement and build units, the buy-in that people have in different districts in town on where, if I look, I'm gonna steal from you, Ben, this time. When I look left and right, a little bit of change is okay. When I look left and right over here, a little bit more change is okay. Maybe it's up against a hillside and so on. And Jackson was very successful in doing that. And so those metrics are there. In terms of transportation, this transportation system is awesome. Jackson's moving in the right way. Say no to YDOT or the local DOT in terms of highway expansion, and no expansion of any highway without a required multimodal component. Even if we had the DOT there, they just look at them and go, come get me, Yeah, this is the way that we're doing it in Jackson. And you see those metrics. So I definitely encourage you to do that. Last comment I'll say about Jackson is, before we started the last update, which was about 2 years ago, we had to do a perception survey. So not only did we look at our statistics over the 10 years of whether we did well, we asked the public, did we do well in each one of these things? Talk about humbling. I mean, I'm a sensitive person, you can tell. And I'm like, gosh, but the response was great. Open space, but housing, they were saying, still kick it up on housing. But there was a lot of great things that we learned. Perception and stats need to go together on each one of those. So I think that's a good plan. It's a good academic plan to talk about how to make real change. Big Sky is my second answer, is because it's a closed valley. They were at a point where it was run by, and I worked up in Mountain Village on their first plan, so I can say this honestly, and we did hear it in the history, is there's lots of stuff that moves around in mountain towns, and that makes it different as well. And Big Sky was run the budget by a lot of people who influence where those dollars should go. And so they brought in a neutral person, a neutral group to say, we want this to be a community-based plan. When I first started, they said, well, Bruce, we've already done a survey of all our employees and they want this. So here's the answer. Well, that survey was people answering the way you would answer to your boss. And it wasn't a true authentic answer. Breaking that down, hanging out in the breweries, tracking each thing, to being on the ski hill, to breaking it down where people felt comfortable with us having a real answer, made their budget. And that's how it drives their budget today. And that's just awesome. So those two plans are passion projects, but so is any client that we work with.
All right. Thank you for that. How many are we doing?
We still have 7 minutes.
Okay, very good. Peter, you want to ask the
last question? Question number 3. Yes. What mistake has your company made in preparation for a comprehensive plan? And what did you do to correct the mistake or turn the situation into a positive outcome?
You guys have these are great questions. Thanks. You know, if we take what can go wrong in comprehensive plans, and it's weird when you're self-deprecating, but I think it's humbling and maybe allows us to elevate a little bit, is when people do generic plans, it makes at least our planning team sad. It's a wasted opportunity. The happy plans, the ones I said for Jackson, those happy words, if you do generic statements with generic strategies, or you do visions that are not tied to actual reality of what you see when you look left and right, you miss an opportunity to move us forward. If you don't have those triggers and those corrective actions, you lose those opportunities. So I would say that on that one, and you know, I can say that we don't do that anymore, but is there a plan or two that we've done something where the client said, look, we just need to get this adopted because it's hard enough in this place. We don't do those types of plans in Mountain Community. We're making sure that we push it. So the answer is don't do generic plans, and don't, you know, fill people with colored drawings that allows an easy stamp. Let's have the real conversation. The other component is the conversations. Don't fall into the trap of planeries. When I go back to Jackson, we took over that plan. My interview was simply a conversation about you need to stop what you're doing if you want to make a change. Because the idea of let's create nodes, using planeries on people, as Ben said, using, you know, colored maps and drawings or flat renderings that no one understands. I need to get away from that and just have real conversations. Immersion is a great one where it's storytelling. It's just simply looking at it, whether it's moving beyond the 3-story density and just saying, do you like what you see? Okay, well, let's look at something else. So on that note, that would be what I would do.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have any more time? 5 minutes.
I have a
Excellent.
question.
Yes, John.
You talked about kind of this reiterative loop around feedback and kind of hitting those different groups that maybe aren't being represented in the plan. How do you guys track those metrics? Like, how do you track, for example, demographics? If you're saying we're going to outreach to the Latinx community, how are you knowing that you're hitting those groups, and how are you tracking kind of the feedback that you get from those different groups?
Yeah, and that's it's a tough thing to do throughout the process, but it's one thing that we make a priority throughout the process because you do want to track and you do want to know who you're hearing from. Online is easy because we can set up some demographic questions that touch on those things. They're always optional for folks to fill out. There's always I prefer not to say, but it does help feedback into that feedback loop. And the events themselves, like Sophie talked about, we really targeted to specific underrepresented groups. So working with the high school has been a huge success story in a number of plans. Working with, in Summit County, Colorado, we're working with a group called Mountain Dreamers, and they have put on Spanish-speaking events, French-speaking events, specifically for the communities that they've worked with. They've reached out via flyers, via postcards, their own connections, but to have that liaison and have that bilingual aspect is huge in a comprehensive plan. So we collect who's been involved, how many folks have attended these meetings, and it all rolls into the database that Ben had talked about. So at key points throughout the process, generally after each phase, we go in and it's like a report card for us. Who have we talked to? Age ranges, demographic, or race, ethnicity. We can even do income, home ownership, etc. But who are we hearing from and who are we not? And that's the important part, is who we're not, so that we can kind of reanalyze the process and the strategy and do things to reach back out.
And this is the same methodology we use in our own company with the E&I. It's a measure against the communities we work in and live in, and who works at Logan Simpson, to make sure that we're actually representing the population. We also can look at who's on our committees and take this farther in terms of DE&I, if we're willing to, in terms of inclusivity. In this case, it's also matching who said what and comparing that to the population, both spatially, but also in terms of what are their backgrounds, second homeowners, to people working in there, to locals, when we do this. You know, the question you got at Summit County, Utah was, you know, not only do I want to be better than Park City, which is, that's fair, but it was, we need, half to 3/4 of the population involved in that. I commend Sophie for rocking it out on that one and removing those barriers and getting to that number.
Todd, any follow-up? Okay, Charles, do you have any kind of a question to ask?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I have one more.
Yeah, John, sure.
I'm curious how, especially with Jackson, like how did you manage the open space conservation conversations with the density and the necessary change associated with growth? Like, I know conservation there is really big, but like having affordable housing is also really important. So how was that all balanced?
No problem. When I looked at your vision document, I thought the vision statements were good. And, clearly we need to say where, how, visualize that. But the interconnectedness of both growth and community character and environmental stewardship have to be talked about together. So when the community says no to this housing development, they also need to be realizing that we're saving other things, like whether it's carbon or open space. So in Jackson, the discussion always happens together. And that's very important in terms of messaging. In Jackson, they walk around with the compound like this. And so does, and we ask the question, community, are you aware of the compound? They're like, oh yeah, we're aware of the compound. They have to walk around and always talk about all those three things connected, that they're not separated. So one gives way to the other. So when you have true community values, you're able to accept some change for the benefit of other changes, and that's what they chose to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
We
you,
will
everyone.
be, deliberating later today. Someone will be in touch. Thanks for coming.
Appreciate it. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Charles,
Yes.
Charles, we are taking a 15-minute lunch break if you would like to break as well.
Okay,
Just FYI, we're
Okay.
going to resume at 11:45.
okay, thanks.
All right.
Oh.
Okay, yes. Charles, did you see the email from? Sorry, did you see the email from Kathy?
Yes, I did.
Okay, very good. So before we start, I want to let you know that Logan Simpson is I was a former partner with that firm when it first formed. They have a logo of 3 people, and I was the 3rd one. I left the firm in 1998, have had no involvement since, and I started my own firm after that. So both Ally and Kevin have weighed in, and Zoe as well, that there's no conflict of interest since it's been such a long time. And these folks, I do not know. So the firm has evolved and done different things since then.
How many years
As
ago
have
would
I.
this have been? How many years ago? Just out of curiosity.
1998.
26 years.
So I just want everybody to be aware of that. So we've had not a lot of discussion on how to proceed, but one way that makes it really simple is there anybody that you would like to, you think should be eliminated before we get into deliberations for, and we can go around and have each of us comment on that situation, but just to simplify the process, do you think anybody should not move forward? We are shortlisting to 2 firms out of the 4. The 2, just to explain the process, go on to have the same kind of public interview process with town council. So, yes, Todd.
Yeah, I, at this stage, would recommend not design workshop. I was really disappointed in their presentation and the apparent lack of learning the lessons of both our vision plan and the Eastern Master Plan. And they're talking about, now we're really going to get involved in the data. Now, what did you do for the 2 years that was going on before this? That was a big weakness in the vision planning. They didn't have good data, and they made assumptions based on that data. They're cute. They do a good job of presenting stuff, but it's very formulaic, and they talk more about storytelling and their project brand and the style guide kinds of things. Sizzle over substance.
Anybody want to weigh in? Not suggestion? I know you're working with them, so.
I'm working with a different group of the principals, yeah. You know, I'm not hard set on any of the 4. I think the reason I felt like I needed to respond was that I felt like the San Miguel East End Master Plan was a difficult plan to work through given the politics of what they mentioned with the Diamond Ridge project. So I think it was, you know, just a tough project to work on. I'm not set in stone, like I said, on any of the 4. And so if you feel like that it would be appropriate to remove them now, I'd be okay with that. I just wanted to mention that I felt like they did a good job with a difficult set of circumstances around the politics that were flaring at that point in time.
With the East End plan.
With the East End plan.
I have heard that staff has had some difficulty with working with Design Workshop and on the vision plan. I don't know the nature of that situation. Just want to mention it as a comment that's been made. Sorry, I'm gonna look at my notes. I don't think that they're, as long as we're talking about this particular firm, I'm not sure that their composition of sub-consultants is as broad as it should be for us. While I like the the youth engagement component. I think we need, and they have EPS, which a couple other firms do as well. I would say that I'm not sure they're as broad as it should be. They certainly have local knowledge. They have understanding of historic preservation, but we have worked with them more recently. If we don't think we can work with them, then that would be maybe a big consideration.
I mean, looking at Kathy's comments and hearing from Todd, I think it sounds like most of the board at least would be willing to just kind of pull them at this point from the selection.
Peter?
I don't want to imply that we couldn't work with them.
Right.
But
We have
looking
some
at the other
history.
three,
Yeah.
I think they are the weakest of the four.
Charles, any comments?
I guess my only, what I liked about Design Workshop is that I think they are the most knowledgeable about what's going on in Telluride because they've been doing stuff here. However, I would say they were, of the four, they were maybe my third choice if I had to rank them. So I don't have a problem pulling them from the list.
Okay. All right. So let's move on to people's third, who was your fourth choice? Charles, you want to chat about that?
I had Cushing Terrell as my fourth choice. I felt like they were not quite as maybe Telluride specific in their presentation as the other ones, and not quite as maybe knowledgeable. I don't know. I mean, there were things I liked about them, but they were my fourth choice, I guess.
Okay. Shall we start to talk about that firm then? Go ahead, John.
I'm kind of on board with Charles's opinion. I don't know if I need to go into much more detail, but I felt like in terms of the four, they were probably on the lower end of my ranking.
No, this is a group that we've worked with, or town has worked with before on a project, but not in the capacity as planners, they're more as architectural feasibility. So this is probably a different team composition. I'm just pointing out some various factors here.
I mean, I remember when they came through the process with Lot L, and some of the members that were on the call today were very active in that process. And so, I think that could have maybe gone a little differently. And I know they were tasked with a hard process to try to fit 900 spaces on that property and work through the details. So I think it was difficult. I think if I look at the other team compositions and the presentations, I would rank them a little lower than top two.
Okay.
Two strong points for Cushing Terrell were their Chaffee County work. And when we, 5-10 years ago, when I was trying to get the county, Mountain Village, and town to work on a planning process together, the idea of getting to consensus by presenting models and what would happen worked really well in access to Yellowstone from the north. So that's Gallatin County, I think it is. And
West Yellowstone.
Well,
Driggs.
It wasn't them, but that whole idea and how they did it was something I was really interested in trying to get done here. So that was their lesson learned, that you had to do that with those conflicting opinions, and that's certainly something that we're going to have to deal with. And the comment about assuming people will show up is right on. for us.
Mhm.
And
Really
they've
got
understood
public
that.
guidance, yeah.
Whether they can make it work in Telluride is, they had, in my opinion, good discussion about it. And they said, we learned this, we've done it in Tucson, we did it in Basalt, because those are communities where the non-English speaking component, like here, because they didn't trust government to keep them from getting deported, wouldn't come out.
Right.
That's very critical, and it's particularly critical to our plan. So the fact that they mentioned that and they've got a plan for it was a plus for me. Now, so did Logan Simpson. I didn't get that so much from MIG.
Yeah, from my standpoint, I appreciated, I knew them originally as CTA years ago. Cushing Terrell talked about, they gave some graphs that I thought were really important. So they dug into some of the data that I found was really interesting. Their component, they have a sustainability group, they have a very high rated in the state transportation group. They received an APA award for that, Chaffey County. So they understand, I think, working on at least this group that they're presenting, working on the divisiveness or understanding the divisiveness and trying to get, because I think I think we're going to be quite polarized in direction potentially. So I like that aspect too from these folks and the composition of their subs.
Though remote, I found Cushing Terrell to be diverse and enthusiastic as a group. Their principals particularly. They seem to have quite a diverse, and as many of these teams, diverse kinds of practices, specialties. They do it kind of all.
Right.
And that's appealing in ways. Design workshop, though familiar here, I'm not sure how much of an asset that is.
You may know too much.
Yeah, or kind
Yeah,
of.
sometimes
you're
happens,
like,
yes.
I'm a little sort of, not say hardened, but you're sort of over aware of what may come. But I think they do understand some of the challenges here locally on a design workshop that others are, know exist in these kind of trade-offs and challenges that are always present.
Can I dig in?
Yeah.
They know it, they've experienced it, but have they learned from it to be able to do something different? That's what I didn't
hear from.
I wasn't convinced.
Yeah. On the whole, I was kind of hoping it would be a little more black and white or clear cut.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh gosh, okay, yeah, can't go wrong. That's good, but it's not easy here to at a glance, and I don't maybe do this as much as some of you, not as familiar, but I felt like after each presentation, I was like, okay, yeah, they could do this job. So I don't want anybody to feel bad, and nobody didn't get that far. I feel like these are all very qualified people. It's great to have 4 to choose from that are enthusiastic. Having said that, I don't know. I know we're charged with getting to 2.
Yeah,
So
it's tough. One thing about, let's just jump around a little bit here. MIG has the same economic sub. That's great. Everybody has a transportation sub. The sustainability quotient for Logan Simpson is not as strong as some of the others. So that's one of the factors I think is really important, along with historic preservation. Understanding there are two of them right offhand, I can't remember, 2 or 3, they all mentioned trade-offs between open space, historic preservation, or housing, and open space, or open space and, you know, transportation or choices. And they all have very strong calls from other communities who are facing some of those things. Some of the differences in the approach, though, is MIG talks about actionable strategies, parking versus pedestrians, or, you know, multimodal partnerships with local youth organizations or organizations. Let's see. I think for me, what it might come down to, because they all sort of mentioned this, is their technique for outreach. As Mountain Village experienced, it's a huge component. So is there any one of these that has impressed you in terms of the way that they outreach or can pivot to do additional outreach if necessary, as they did in Mountain Village, because they weren't getting the numbers? I think everybody has their strategies, and just talk about that component maybe from.
I think public outreach and the way these groups go about public outreach has changed tremendously in the past 10 years, just as a kind of an occupational practice. Personally, I really like that Logan Simpson had already in their presentation identified the groups that they thought were going to be influential in terms of youth groups, the AHA School, the Latino community. And it seemed like they had more of a connection with the reality of who they're going to have to talk to and understanding the staff needs associated with that. Whereas other people were saying, you know, we're going to do outreach to the schools, we're going to do outreach to these communities, but there wasn't really a sense of them understanding who they are and who the contacts are. And so I was impressed that they had done their research around who they needed to talk to, as well as kind of the process to do that.
Yeah, along that same line, I was impressed that MIG started off by talking about involving youth, but all of their pictures and all of their description, they were little kids, and they didn't mention middle or high school at all, whereas both Cushing Terrell and Logan Simpson did.
Yeah. I mean, I've done these types of projects from the public sector perspective in very diverse communities. And it's a heavy lift, right? Like to go to the schools and to coordinate all the data gathering and then put it into some sort of spreadsheet to compress it all and figure out what the actual values of the groups that you're outreaching go to. And so that's my biggest concern. I think we should have a heavy public outreach process and go to those people that we need to go to, but understanding how the firm is going to address the data collection and then how the data is going to get distilled into meaningful stuff. Yeah, that's the hard part. It just takes a lot of time and it's a heavy lift. So having a bigger team that's capable of doing that, I think, is a win. And if we don't have that bigger team, we're going to be relying on our own staff to be augmenting those different events to help with that stuff. So
yeah, Ben, the
GIS
guy, he had it.
Yeah.
It was ready to go. I didn't get that feel from anybody else.
It was great that they had a GIS person available for the presentation, right? We didn't see that from any other group.
Cushing
That
Terrell.
wouldn't have been one I would have thought of to include.
Cushing Terrell's experiences, again, in Tucson and Basalt, in reaching the workforce, the Hispanic community, youth that weren't the traditional responders, We've got to have that here. And they talked about specific on doing that because their traditional methods weren't working. Logan Simpson didn't talk about it specifically, but as I guess it was Bruce at the end said, we don't do generic happy plans anymore because they don't work. And that's the feeling I got from design workshop is we're going to present you with something that's happy and it's pretty generic. So if I rank the four, there's not huge differences, but Cushing Terrell and Logan Simpson come out above MIG, and then design workshop is my, as I said, my least preferred.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
Question. So I'm not that far from you, or I don't know that I am different. I'm curious if MIG was your third, or if it was based on sort of some earlier conversations we've had. Because that was our first group. So then in some ways here, I'm kind of like, okay, it's 45-minute chunks.
Right.
Yeah.
I have to go farther back to remember, like, who were we talking to for that? And I felt good about them at the time, and they had a diverse team. They did have some people in the room, or at least one, but I'm just curious if you feel like they're on similar scales or distinguished.
They were my preferred group before Cushing Terrell came in.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought Cushing Terrell did a better job about discussing how they would get through the conflicts and the challenges of getting involvement than MIG did. And then Logan Simpson, yeah, they did a different form of presentation, but it was all about how do we overcome that. So yeah, I had thought MIG would be my preferred, but they got displaced by the other two in the end.
John, or maybe we should talk to Charles for a minute.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll just kind of give you my on all of them a little bit, but one thing I liked about Logan Simpson was they talked about tracking and monitoring the success going forward and annual monitoring, which I think is kind of important to whether or not we're achieving our plan.
That means more scope of work too. But
well, it does, and but I think that's, you know, it doesn't do us any good to have a plan if we're not going to follow it. So if we can somehow track that, I like that idea.
Can I jump on that for a second, Charles? I think that's important because in any case, it's us, it's town who has to track and implement whether it's working or not. Mm-hmm. It was important to me that they were involved in following up on plans that they had made to see whether they worked or not. As opposed to, here's your plan. We did all these great things. Now you go do
and
it.
it adds to our resume,
Yeah.
and that's where
Yeah.
we're going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Charles.
I do think, you know, well, let me go back. Just, you know, I think, you know, community engagement outreach is key to this. And I do think Cushing Terrell and Logan Simpson both, I think, talk the most about trying to come to a consensus with the community. I think Cushing Terrell, they showed their maps with, the different options and gaining consensus. I thought that was good. And I think Logan Simpson's idea of the GIS, the visual mapping, the 3D views, letting people see the different options and how different things look was also kind of the same thing. So I liked those two on that aspect. And on MIG, I don't know that there was anything specific that I liked about them more than anyone else. They just seem to be somewhat well-rounded in their presentation. And then the last thing I would just say, I was impressed that Logan Simpson seemed to have their whole staff show up. I like that, even though I couldn't really see them all. But yeah. Anyway,
they outnumbered us.
Yeah, but I think to me, MIG, Logan Simpson, and even Cushing Terrell, there's not a bad choice on the list. But we do have to get to 2, so.
Yeah, okay. And we can do this in layers, we don't have to, we can deliberate for a while and bring out the best of what we think in our, based on our overall discussions too. John, or Charles, are you, at this point, is that where you're at, right?
Yes.
That's fine. Okay, John?
I don't think I have any other thoughts on the firms. I think based off our conversation, I'm at this point ready to just say my top 1 and 2.
And they are?
My top firm is Logan Simpson. And I think I like MIG second, but I could also, if the group decides Cushing Terrell is preferable, I could go with Cushing Terrell. I like the diversity of their team. When you look at the actual members that were on the call, they had a very diverse team. They had a lot of the different sectors that we're looking for in terms of specialties, but I really like just the diversity of the group.
One of the things I think it's important when you hire a team of people that you're going to be working with is that you have some kind of simpatico or some kind of connection, or that person is really interesting, and we're going to not only get their professionalism but their personalities. Cushing Terrell, while they weren't here, they were definitely in the room.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They added a lot of enthusiasm, which I think is a real important feature, plus the fact that they have been down the road of trying to, Chaffee County is not easy place to work. So I applaud that kind of approach where they know they have some real diverse opinions. Now, we're probably not that polarized, but it still is a factor. One of the things we might want to look at is how much have they allocated in their cost proposals, just in terms of tasks, to the public outreach piece, as opposed to the, the final recommendations. If we do a good, typically, if you do a good process or outreach, then the rest will follow a little more simply. And how much have each of the teams allocated to that first part of really digging in to get everybody's voices heard? From what I can see, I'm looking at Cushing Terrell. They have a phase 1 that is about, maybe you can help me figure this out, Michelle. 50 and numbers guy over here, Todd. It just gives you the amount of staff or presence that they're going to have in that phase. It's just another way of slicing between 3 very competent firms who have, broad kinds of experience. So the task 1, 2, and 3, phase 1, research and analysis, and 5, that's Cushing Terrell, that adds up 45 plus 18, 27. Just if we could get kind of that, so 53,
I'll have to
60.
go get a
Yeah,
computer.
yeah. 63.
What are we trying to?
Out of,
What would you like totals?
yeah, 45, 18.
Okay, so we're doing the first
27,
phase,
yeah.
45 plus 18 plus
32,
32
27. I
plus
mean, that's
27.
really the heart.
That's 122.
Okay.
Okay, so what's next? All right.
Basically a third of it.
A little more than a third, yeah.
Let's do MIG's approach.
Okay.
It is 15.
Okay.
Community engagement is a specific task at 93.
So 15 plus 93?
Yes, and background related plans, 32.
Plus 32?
Yeah, and values vision, 7,000. I don't know if that should be included or not, but what's the first three numbers?
147 plus a 7.
Okay, so we're at what? 147, you said?
Yep.
Versus what was the previous number?
Oh, I didn't write it down. Sorry. Should have. Remember what I said?
Like 114.
I might be
or
able to.
something?
Who's the third?
It was 10 more than a third. It was like 120 122 or 121.
So all of these, by the way, I think have been given a budget of 335,000 roughly, because they're very close to it.
Yeah.
I was
Mhm.
just assuming that.
I mean, it's hard to judge off the number, right?
Oh,
Like I said,
absolutely.
I mean, it's really. a
Because they each
staffing-
have different tasks. Yeah,
It's like when you're doing those outreaches,
Right.
depending on what comes out of those meetings, if we're not getting the feedback we need, we're gonna have to add on, and it's gonna cost more. So it's really what we're asking them to do, and then understanding what their staffing capacity is for
Oh, yeah.
each of those individual exercises.
Yeah,
And-
and we've been through this before, obviously.
Yeah.
The other component here, if you look at
Well, the other piece of that is,
Logan Simpson's.
are,
Yes.
are they willing to, or have they expressed their willingness
Right.
to adapt that to the situation?
Yes.
And
Or is that a change order or is that?
yeah,
So I don't know
It's a
how it was handled with MIG in Mountain Village or with Design Workshop. But the number, just in terms of the way they have described their tasks, not just the number, but Logan Simpson has 117,000 versus 147 to MIG and 124 to Cushing Terrell. So obviously MIG may be basing their bigger number on the fact of their experience at not getting enough outreach. I don't know. It's just another way to look at their approach. The number may not make any sense based on, how negotiation goes or whatever. That could be changed, that could be reallocated, but it's just their glimpse. It's a way to try to understand their glimpse and their understanding, I think, of how this might go. So I don't know if that makes, right now I'm with CT and MIG, but like I would agree with everybody that they're all very competent. It just depends. And that's why I'm slicing hairs here.
yeah.
Yeah, Todd.
A very strong point to recommend either MIG or Logan Simpson is Miles.
Yes.
Miles has served
As a sub, yes.
the gondola subcommittee, now the gondola leadership chair. He lives nearby.
Yep.
But he has lived through
the evolution of that
the
discussion?
evolution of the gondola discussion, and who's got the power, who doesn't got the power, how do we change that? And he's done it successfully without making enemies.
Yeah, and you've been a part of that process, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so his presence on one of those two teams is a
Is a
is
plus.
a very big plus for me.
That weighted as well in my decision.
And let me see, and those two are
MIG and Logan Simpson.
and Logan
First-
Simpson.
First
yeah.
and fourth.
Okay. So, Peter?
What are we doing? We splitting hairs or?
Yeah, I mean,
strawballing?
if
Top-
do you
top
have
two?
like a straw poll here about where the discussion is going? I think subs is an important one. Is there anybody else maybe
I didn't,
that we
yeah.
thought was critical?
I thought Sarah with Logan Simpson was
Western Spaces?
She grew up here. She's worked in the affordable housing realm for a long time. I've had some communications with her just through work about other projects, years ago, but I've worked with her kind of loosely, and it's just, I think it brings value to have somebody from the community that grew up here.
Well, yeah, and I'll double down on that with both her and Sophie Frankenberg, who grew up in a mountain town and is really.
She didn't
Where
name.
did she live?
She didn't name it.
I think
She didn't name it.
I think it was
But it
Summit County,
sounds-
like Park City. But it's
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Understand the dynamics.
Yeah, the dynamics and the necessity for adapting that outreach to get to the unreached components.
Mhm.
Yeah.
She spoke very eloquently about it, but she was emotional about it as well.
Yeah. So the one hesitation I have with Logan Simpson is their lack of acknowledgement of, strong acknowledgement, I should say, of climate action. And I know that that's in what Kathy has responded to. That's an important component for her regardless. I don't know how people feel about that. They do have, they didn't have anyone specifically as a sub on sustainability on their team, whereas the others do. I think that's going to be an important component.
Wasn't wasn't Sarah McLean?
Is she? I did not get that.
Sarah McLean
Housing.
is Sarah Brown. She is the Western Spaces.
Right.
Housing component.
She's the housing.
Yeah.
But not necessarily sustainability. That means infrastructure and, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that was the only thing.
I do have in my notes under Logan Simpson, implementation, rate of change, corrective management or adaptive monitoring that
Management, yeah.
that they were advocating for, that kind of follow through and the reward of seeing that come to fruition. To me, that isn't saying sustainability, but it's certainly, yeah, it's kind of in that category of measurement and meeting goals. I had Logan Simpson highest on my list. And I have kind of been flipping a coin here between Cushing Terrell and MIG. And does either MIG or Cushing Terrell in your mind, Angela, have better sustainability as an option covered?
Well, they have Grace, who is Lotus Sustainability, their sub.
This is Cushing Terrell, correct?
This is Cushing Terrell, yes, yep. And I have Lauren Scott as environmental consultant, and I'm trying to see if I knew wrong about that. There's when they talked about their phases, they talked about resilience. That is a little broad. Actionable strategies and partner or the trade-offs piece. Does anybody see that? That is.
Surprised to see team members with credentials in utilities and kind of infrastructure design and things that were
right. Wastewater.
Yeah, I was like, wow,
green infrastructure.
getting
GBSM is their rep, I think, for that kind of
Oh, that was
involvement.
Miles.
Didn't have sustainability in their name.
Who's up the wall? Miles? Oh. And a different team member.
So Todd, you in the past have sort of advocated for community action or whatever our 5-year plan or 10-year plan, and don't quote me on any of that, but I know you have kind of raised those things at points. What is your comfort or opinion on that as a consultant or sub-consultant? And its necessity or where it sits? Because that's not my wheelhouse.
Well, wishing and hoping and reality are often different places. And while we haven't worked well with our neighboring governments, or they haven't worked well with us, whichever way it goes.
Right.
We're in this together. So the idea that this isn't done in a vacuum is critical to me. And all three of the ones that we're talking about, I think, nodded to that. That, you know, this is the Telluride plan, but it has to look at Mountain Village and the county and all those other pieces. And frankly, I got the best feeling out of Ben, the GIS guy, about how that would all fit into the plan as Logan Simpson created.
Here's a thought. I just found MIT specifically mentions climate action, resilience, sustainability, and energy efficiency as one of their items. When I did the initial evaluation, Cushing Terrell mentions historic preservation. And so did Logan Simpson. The transportation component is strong, I think, on any one of them. You said EPS is with, just real quick, Logan Simpson and MIG, is that right?
I don't think EPS is with Logan Simpson.
EPS
No.
is with Design Workshop at MIG.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Is with MIG. And I do think having people who can hit the ground running with some existing understanding of data and dynamics is a pretty important component. So I'm going to ask Michelle, since we're kind of going back and forth here, can we recommend 3? Because at this point, I don't know that we're gonna resolve it to 2.
Well, we could do rock, paper, scissors. Or
We
something.
could.
I mean, I think we're all flexible. It sounds like for the most part, all 3 are qualified. We have differing opinions on maybe our top 2, but I think we could work it down to 2. If we have some flexibility within the commission itself to, make some trade-offs.
Okay, so go ahead, answer that question and then we can come back.
I would say, if you're seeing 3 that are on par with each other, I mean, I don't know that there's any rule that says you can't send 3 forward.
Okay.
This is just an agenda. When does this get discussed at council?
I know that our town manager will be giving an update kind of where, you all are at the town council meeting next week, but we wouldn't be scheduling it before, October. So probably October 29th would be at the earliest.
Okay.
You know, if you don't complete your deliberations today, you know, we could always schedule a follow-up meeting before, but you know, I don't know that you'd be any different place than you
No,
are
I
now.
don't think it'd be any different. if we
Right.
Came back together. Have references been checked?
No.
Okay.
Does it make sense that we each just kind of scribble down our first and second?
Yeah,
We've
and I've
like-
started to,
Okay, great.
yeah, with that. Peter, you said your first one was Logan Simpson?
Logan Simpson. And I think my second is Cushing Terrell,
Okay,
but it's a close.
really close.
Yeah.
Charles? I have you. Go ahead.
Logan Simpson is my first and MIG is my second.
Okay,
And again, Cushing Terrell's not far behind.
okay. I'm with Cushing Terrell and MIT, but I also agree that they're all very comparable and they have different approaches to, they could get us there. John, I have you for Logan Simpson and MIG. And Todd, Logan Simpson and Cushing Terrell.
Yep.
So therefore, I think we recommend 3. Is everybody comfortable with that? Do you want to argue? Yes, Tammy.
Should I go ask Zoe real quick?
Zoe,
Should I go ask her real quick?
if you'd like, yeah, that's fine.
Like it's adding an hour to the council day, whenever that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
was just gonna say, let Zoe
What-
speak. Go ahead, Charles.
I would say, I mean, we could recommend our top 2 and then say our third choice is a close third if town council wants to leave it up to them if they want to bring in the third one. Just say it was a close vote or a close.
So what is the straw tally?
If you
on
go 1, 2, 3, 4.
First choice,
yeah.
our first choices. and then
Yes.
the Second choice.
So we have 3-1 Logan Simpson. We have as first with the one being Cushing Terrell. For the second ranked, we have MIG as 3 on number 2 and Cushing Terrell as number 2. So 3-2 on the second tier. The highest being MIG.
If you assign 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, you want a
Okay.
point system?
Yeah, just
Ranked
add
choice
them
voting.
across and see.
You're gonna get a single number for each is what you're trying to get to.
Yeah. And the lower the number, the better.
I'm gonna let the statistician do that, just so I don't screw it up.
We're implementing it. I will say, Kathy, I know she's not here, but she said, you know, her first sentence was that she liked MIT.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh yeah, she said
Yep.
MIT, but MIT.
I know. Yeah,
And I will just also add, my last comment will be that, you know, I really thought that having a bilingual person on the team at this call was really relevant for the stuff that we want to do and the outreach that we want to do, to have somebody on staff that's bilingual,
right.
that can attend those meetings. And it's not just, like they said, having boards in different languages, it's having those conversations that are often nuanced around those issues that the immigrant community faces.
Sometimes the character of a team is determined by often by how much they engage their partners.
Mhm.
And the folks at Logan Simpson who were online were not asked a question or allowed to participate at all.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that means exactly, but so we're here with stats here for 6 for MIG, 5 for Cushing Terrell, and 4 for Logan Simpson.
Sounds like we have our top 2.
We gave the number 1 positions 1, number 2 positions 2.
So the smaller number is what?
The smaller number is
So it's Cushing Terrell and Logan Simpson.
I'm okay with that.
With only
1 point.
1 point to separate them from MIG.
And yeah, it's worth noting if council wants to talk to 3.
Well, we did get confirmation from Ollie that, you know, it's good to work it down to 2, but you could move forward with 3. Oh, that was
Pardon?
Zoe. I'm sorry.
That was
It
from
was,
Zoe.
it was Zoe.
Okay, I see no problem with going with 3. They have slightly different approaches, but what do you, everybody?
I would love to get it to 2, but I am here with the group. So if we want to do 3, then I'm fine with that as well. But I think we've kind of been tasked, and it's a hard conversation, right? Like this is difficult.
Yep.
We have 3 really good teams that have been assembled, but it's sometimes we have to make difficult decisions, and I'm okay with presenting to you.
And I think Peter made the salient point. That's another hour of council's time, if not more.
Okay.
And it's our job to try and save them that time.
Yeah.
So I would say we recommend our top 2 and tell them in that recommendation
that
There was a third in case one of them bows out.
Yeah, or if they're extraneous circumstances.
Right. Or if they are open to that, interviewing 3, if they want to take the time to do it. So anybody want to make a motion? There is a motion provided in our information.
Did we get it printed out or is it?
It's right here.
Yeah.
That was that top sheet. It's in.
Charles, you good with that approach?
I'm good with that, yes.
Okay,
Make a motion.
right.
I move to send firm,
And you can vote today because we,
lucky me.
or not.
Time.
I think so.
Yes,
5.
you can. Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
So
Double checking.
I think
Yes,
so.
good.
I move to send Logan Simpson and Cushing Terrell to town council for final presentations and selection.
Todd seconds.
All right, any more discussion? We have a motion. All right. Todd,
Todd, yes.
Angela, yes.
Peter, yes.
John, yes.
Charles, yes.
Okay, unanimous.
Thirteen.
I'm sorry.
I did.
Todd.
Yeah. Right, thanks everyone for
Thank you
your
all.
participation.
It's gonna be a fun
Oh, boy.
next couple
Yeah.
years.
Are we adjourning?
We are, I'm just checking to see if there's anything else on the agenda, no staff or whatever discussion, so we can adjourn at
12:38.
12, yes, 12:37, 12:38, whatever you have.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.